Chapter 80. The fox-faced corpse king was sluggish for a few seconds. At this moment, the strange and bewitching fox face was already filled with the color of defeat. Its skin was quickly wrinkling, and it was rapidly aging. Its white hair began to fall off strand by strand, like a withered leaf. How was this corpse king formed? However, such a heaven-defying item clearly did not have a long lifespan. Ever since the black jade coffin was unsealed, it had been weakening at every moment. Now, it was like an old woman with one foot in the grave. However, its abdomen was becoming more and more swollen, like a pregnant woman who was 8 or 9 months pregnant. What kind of secret was the fox-faced corpse king hiding? Chu Tian was very interested, but he had no way to explore it. The corpse king's strength was too strong. It had accumulated thousands of years of baleful qi. It could forcefully resist the ancient tomb's restriction. It could erupt with strength that far surpassed the ancient tomb's limit. Chu Tian did not have any chance of winning, but he was lucky in this misfortune. Chu Tian's main source spirit was not normal, although it had not completely awakened. With just a trace of its aura, it was enough to create a strong deterrent effect. He did not know how long it would last. In short, it was not good to stay here for long. Chu Tian rushed to the exit. He just happened to pass by Yun Yao. Yun Yao was seriously injured and unconscious, but she did not seem to be dead. He casually picked her up and continued to rush out of the main hall. If we can leave this place alive, don't forget, you owe me 2 lives. Yun Yao's face was as pale as paper. Her face was covered in blood. Her clothes were dyed red, but she seemed to still have a trace of consciousness. Her lips slightly pursed, but she could not say a word. Almost there. Chu Tian released his source spirit. His feet fell into the passage. Carrying Yun Yao, he ran away. Ho! The moment the shadow source spirit disappeared, the fox-faced corpse king finally recovered. With a low roar, the entire corpse king palace began to shake. A wave of baleful qi that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas once again filled every corner of the corpse king palace. It was like a 1,000-year-old peerless beast suddenly awakening. The fox-faced corpse king took a few steps forward. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. With every step the fox-faced corpse king took, its body would turn into mist and teleport several meters away. In just a few steps, in less than 2 seconds, it had already chased him into the passage. Too fast. It was impossible for Chu Tian's speed to escape the fox-faced corpse king's pursuit. At this time, the battle in the hanging coffins was not over yet. The cultivators that Yang Kuan brought were basically all dead. There was only a large group of black Yin corpses left, fighting with the corpse monsters. How could the black Yin corpses be a match for the corpse monsters? Although they could suppress the corpse monsters with their numbers advantage, their numbers were still decreasing. There was less than half of them left. Flame Ghost, Ice Demon, and Kai Dai hid behind a giant rock, their faces filled with anxiety. They're out. Kai Dai's eyes flashed as she exclaimed. Chu Tian carried Yun Yao at an extremely fast speed, rushing out of the precipice passage. Could it be that the corpse king had already been dealt with? Before the 3 of them could rejoice, a majestic aura of a king suddenly descended. Countless dark red energies spewed out from the tunnel. A terrifying red figure leaped out from the tunnel. At the bottom of the precipice, the 1,000-year corpse demons sensed the arrival of the corpse king and roared. Although they didn't have complete intelligence like the corpse king, the corpse demons still had a certain level of thinking ability. The terrifying aura of the corpse king made them feel extremely uneasy. The fox-faced corpse king directly clawed over. Pung! A corpse demon was torn into several pieces on the spot. Roar! 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 The other corpse demons screeched out. The several dozen corpse demons had a tacit understanding. They stopped attacking the normal Yin corpses at the same time, unexpectedly attacking the corpse king together. The corpse demons were actually fighting with the corpse king? This was truly a good opportunity. Chu Tian raised the bell high up. Spirit energy poured in, forcefully shaking it. The several dozen wandering black ink corpses immediately gathered around Chu Tian. Probably because his cultivation base wasn't high enough, Chu Tian couldn't control over 100 of them, but controlling a few dozen was not a problem. At least he could keep them by his side as bodyguards. At a critical moment, they could be used as meat shields, buying time to escape. Why are you guys still here? You don't want your lives. Quickly run. Chu Tian saw Kai die, and the others run over. He anxiously shouted out. These 3 people's strength was simply chicken ribs. They weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the fox-faced Corpse King's teeth. The several dozen corpse demons couldn't delay it for long. The fox-faced Corpse King's footwork was like a ghost. It turned into an invisible black fog, directly passing through the corpse demons. When it condensed again, there was a bloody, round corpse core in its hand. Several flashes, several teleportations. The fox-faced Corpse King seemed to be taking a stroll in the park as it passed through the corpse monsters. In its hands were several corpse cores dripping with blood. The corpse monsters stood there like statues. Only after a few seconds did they all fall to the ground. They were instantly killed. Several incomparably tyrannical corpse demons were instantly killed. The 3,000 floating coffins continued to shake. Another group of corpse demons was about to descend. Ho! The Corpse King violently roared into the sky. A terrifying spiritual wave erupted. Kai Dai, Flame Ghost, and Ice Demon, the 3 of them directly fainted. Chu Tian wasn't affected at all. He only felt his body stiffen, as if he was deprived of the ability to move. At this time, the 3,000 floating coffins that were moving like stars were disturbed by some kind of power. It was like someone had suddenly thrown a wrench into a moving gear. Ka, 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 ka. There was a strange sound of something being blocked. The entire array had stopped working. Chu Tian's eyes almost popped out. This Corpse King had actually closed the array. The floating coffin array had stopped working. There would be no more corpse demons joining the battle. Escape? Could he escape? Not to mention that it was hard for Chu Tian to move. With the fox-faced Corpse King's strange footwork, there was no place for him to hide. From the moment it was born to now, the entire process had not even been a quarter of an hour. The fox-faced Corpse King had aged beyond recognition. Its entire body had shriveled up. It was as thin as a dried-up skeleton. The fox-faced Corpse King's red demonic eyes became dimmer and dimmer. It said with difficulty, "My time is running out." Chu Tian was a little stunned. He could see that the fox-faced Corpse King was about to fall. But before it fell, the fox-faced Corpse King still had enough time to kill Chu Tian 100 times. But at this time, the fox-faced Corpse King did something that shocked everyone. It picked up the netherworld sword and cut open its belly. Its entire belly was cut open. Countless 10,000-year-old black demonic chi poured out from its belly. Chu Tian finally understood. The thing that the fox-faced Corpse King had been nurturing for 10,000 years was a mixture of demonic chi and demonic chi. This massive energy was the purest thing that Chu Tian had ever seen in his life. It was like the birth of the world, the primal chi that was produced at the beginning of chaos. This kind of energy was even earlier than the great ancient era. Therefore, it was even more powerful, able to give birth to all living things in the world. The fox-faced Corpse King's hands formed a seal. Countless demonic chi intertwined, finally forming a giant white egg. Kacha! When the giant egg cracked, a furry little fellow came out from the giant egg. From its appearance, it looked like a little fox. Its body was clean. It was only a little bigger than a fist. Chu Tian's face became serious. It was directly born from the primal chi. This was not simple. It was comparable to the great ancient era's spiritual god. The fox-faced Corpse King stretched out a finger. Black ripples formed a rune, instantly falling onto Chu Tian's chest, leaving behind a simple contract rune. It was like a tattoo appeared on his chest. Master recognition contract. The Corpse King's old and fierce fox face revealed an incomparably sincere expression. Its two hands held the little fox, slowly placing it on the ground. Its right hand reached into its chest, digging out the golden corpse core. It placed it in front of the little fox. The little fox swallowed the entire corpse core. The fox-faced Corpse King had lost its corpse core. It became even weaker. This is the Sacred Lord's descendant. When the fox-faced Corpse King raised its head, the demonic light in its eyes had already been extinguished. It said word by word, "Now, I'll leave it to you. My mission is complete." As soon as its voice fell, the fox-faced Corpse King's face revealed a relaxed expression, as if it had gotten rid of a 10,000-year burden. Its body was like mud. It instantly began to crack. Inch by inch it exploded. Hey, wait a minute. Chu Tian had never seen this kind of strange matter before. Speak clearly before you die. What sacred lord? The Corpse King's body collapsed. Like a gust of wind, it disappeared into the endless void, as if it had never appeared before. The fox-faced Corpse King's life was short. Its existence was to be a vessel, to give birth to that inconceivable life form. The little fox swallowed the fox-faced Corpse King's corpse core. Its body trembled a few times. It slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, just like a top-quality gem. It was filled with an alluring charm. Ji. After the little fox woke up, it looked left and right. It suddenly found Chu Tian. It happily gave two Ji sounds, its two claws pouncing forward. So, the little fox's body turned into mist, disappeared, appeared, like it had teleported. It appeared in front of him, grabbing his right leg. Fuck! Isn't this the Corpse King's move? Chu Tian was shocked. He quickly shook his leg. What the fuck are you? Don't bother me. Scram. The little fellow was like a dog, skin plaster, that stuck to his leg. No matter how much strength Chu Tian used, he couldn't kick it away at all. Chu Tian couldn't help feeling puzzled. Just what was this? Even with 30,000 years of experience, he had never seen this kind of thing before. 30,000 years to a civilization was a very long time. 30,000 years to a world was a very short moment. Before the human civilization, it was unknown how many civilizations had appeared. It was unknown how many eras from prosperity to destruction. It was a cycle. It was constantly changing. Chu Tian came from the peak of civilization, but that did not mean he understood the mysteries of the world. Chu Tian found that this ancient tomb was not simple. There was a sect that appeared here several thousand years ago. Its strength even surpassed a large country. Why would they build their sect in an area with thin spiritual energy? It was possible it was related to this ancient tomb. This ancient tomb had existed for a very long time. Perhaps it was even longer than he imagined. The little fox jumped onto Chu Tian's shoulder. It quietly sat there, licking its furry little claws. Its body was covered in fur. It was pure white without a speck of dust. Its eyes were as clear as gems. It was very intelligent. It looked very obedient. Forget it. The fox-faced Corpse King gave it to him. Perhaps it was some kind of fate arrangement. Chu Tian accepted it, treating it like a little pet. Chu Tian walked to the place where the fox-faced Corpse King disappeared. He picked up his netherworld sword. He also picked up several blood-red corpse cores. When the little fox saw the corpse cores, its eyes immediately lit up. You want to eat them? The little fox immediately nodded its head. Chu Tian was puzzled. How could this little fellow understand human language? If Chu Tian was a guest from tens of thousands of years in the future, then the little fox was something from tens of thousands of years ago. Chu Tian was someone who had lived through this era. Naturally, he could understand the language of the past. But the little fox had never experienced this era. How could it understand human language when it was born? All right, I'll give you one. Chu Tian handed it over, and the little fox happily used its little claws to hold the corpse core, swallowing it in 2-3 bites. Then it stared at the rest of the corpse cores. You want more? The little fox nodded its head. Chu Tian gave it another one. The little fox ate it in 2-3 bites. Then it stretched out its 2 little claws. Its sparkling eyes stared at the rest of the corpse cores, drooling. I don't believe it. With your fist-sized stomach, how much can it hold? Chu Tian gave it another one, and the little fox ate it all in 2-3 bites. Damn it, corpse cores were condensed from yin qi and corpse qi. The energy contained within a corpse monster's core was incomparably strong. Although the little fox was born from the corpse king's body, it was still a living creature. How could a living creature eat a corpse core? Wasn't this seeking death? Of course, this little thing couldn't be measured with common sense. What kind of living creature could hide in the corpse king's body for 10,000 years? No, I can't eat anymore. Chu Tian put away the remaining corpse cores. I still have use for these corpse cores. Your food standards are this high. Do you want me to go bankrupt? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Chu Tian, don't raise idle people. What use do you have? How about this? You teach me that teleportation movement technique, and I'll let you eat your fill. The little fox turned its head in disdain. Damn, this damn fox is still quite arrogant. At this time the ancient tomb began to violently shake, most likely because of the corpse king's death. The ancient tomb became very unstable. It seemed like it was going to be sealed early. We have to go. Chu Tian shook the soul-controlling bell. Controlling several soldier puppets, he began to wantonly dig out the corpse cores on the ground. He collected over 100 corpse cores from the black yin corpses. Chu Tian had the yin corpses carry the unconscious Kai Dai and Flame Ghost brothers. He quickly left the ancient tomb and returned to the black market camp. Chapter 81. At the black market camp, rumors were spreading. The ancient tomb had opened early and closed early. It was filled with a strange aura. Of the several hundred cultivators that went in, only a few returned alive. Those famous Central State missions, those famous cultivators, had all disappeared. It was like they had evaporated into thin air. In the mysterious 10,000-year-old ancient tomb, no one knew what was happening, but this time it was completely closed. The next time it would open, it would be several hundred years later. The bronze-masked old man's plan had completely failed. Not only did he not obtain the Corpse King's corpse core, he had also paid the price with his life. The result really made people sigh. Chu Tian had tried his best. The infant soul fruit, Chu Tian still had to obtain it. This thing had too much meaning to Chu Tian. If he had the help of the infant soul fruit, Chu Tian was confident he could break through to the awakened soul realm in a week. Otherwise, he would face a huge life-threatening crisis. Chu Tian went to find the Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers. The two brothers had a dejected look. They were currently calling the sex company, preparing to evacuate. This time they had suffered a heavy loss. The elder was dead. The caravan's goods were not safe in southern Xia. It was better to return to the sect as soon as possible. When the two of them saw the young man come over, they couldn't help being stunned. With a normal appearance, plain clothes, there was a small snow-white fox sitting on his shoulder. His appearance was very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. The two brothers did not dare look down on him. Chu Tian's potential was the highest they had seen in their lives. Even if he was compared to the super geniuses that the sect's high level raised, he was not far off. Not to mention that Chu Tian had saved the two brothers' lives. He could be considered their savior. Brother Lu, why are you here? You're preparing to leave? Flame Ghost and Ice Demon looked at each other. Their faces were filled with helplessness as they said, "The elder is already dead. This mission has completely failed. We have no right to take over the caravan. We can only return to the sect to report." Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. Not obtaining the Corpse King's corpse core doesn't mean it's a complete failure. The two of them were stunned. What do you mean? Chu Tian took out a bag from his chest and opened it to let the two of them take a look. They saw that the bag was filled with several corpse cores. Each one was as red as blood and emitted an incomparably strong corpse aura. This is the Flame Ghost Brothers revealed looks of joy. Isn't this the corpse core of a corpse demon? How could Chu Tian have so many corpse cores? Yesterday in the ancient tomb, it was unknown if the Corpse King did it intentionally or unintentionally, but it had used a very strong spiritual roar that made several people faint on the spot. So what happened afterwards, including the origin of the little fox, these people did not see it at all. The little fox suddenly jumped up, and its snow-white fur stood on end. It waved its little claws and bared its teeth in protest. It knew its master's intentions. It was obvious that he wanted to use the corpse cores to make a deal. How could this be? This is this fox's high-quality food. Chu Tian ignored the little fox's protest. There are several dozen monster corpse cores here, and these monster corpse cores have been formed over 10,000 years. Although they are compared to a 10,000-year-old Corpse King corpse core, in terms of quality, they are far superior to normal monster corpse cores. I think several of them together wouldn't be inferior to a normal Corpse King corpse core. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon revealed looks of disbelief. What did Chu Tian do? Not only did he escape from the Corpse King, he even brought out this many blood-colored corpse cores. With this many blood-colored corpse cores added together, it wouldn't be inferior to a Corpse King's golden corpse core by much. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon revealed looks of ecstasy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. With these monster corpse cores, it was enough for them to return to their sect. This was definitely a great merit. The bronze-masked old man desperately wanted this great merit. In the end, he never would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the two brothers. Many thanks, Brother Liu. The Flame Ghost Brothers quickly gave their thanks. This great favor, we'll remember it. If you come to the Great Zhou country and have any other troubles, as long as you say it, us brothers won't refuse. Chu Tian shook his head and said, "No need to thank me. I'm only doing this to exchange for something I need." The Flame Ghost Brothers, of course, knew what Chu Tian was referring to. The bronze-masked old man had promised Chu Tian before. As long as he helped the bronze-masked old man obtain the corpse cores, the 3 infant soul fruits would belong to Chu Tian. The benefits you've brought to my sect cannot be measured by 3 infant soul fruits. Since the elder was no longer here, Flame Ghost decided for himself. 1 blood-colored corpse core can be exchanged for 1 infant soul fruit. As for the other elixirs, you can exchange for them. Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat. I won't be polite. The little fox stared at its master, giving its snacks to someone else. What are you angry about? Who would have thought that the little fox would angrily sit down, crossing its legs and turning its head to the side? Fuck, it's ignoring me. You can eat this much. If your master doesn't become stronger, how can I feed you? The little fox gave a light snort. You're still not convinced. Chu Tian knocked the little fox's head. Investment. Investment, do you understand? The little fox gave a painful cry, its 2 claws clutching its head. Chu Tian ignored the little fellow. He first put away the 3 infant soul fruits. Actually, for Chu Tian, as long as he had the infant soul fruit, it was enough. The other herbs and elixirs didn't have much use. But with the principle of not biting it would be a waste, Chu Tian continued to pick. Blood Marolingji. Chu Tian found a jade-like spiritual herb. This is also a level 2 elixir. Its value is not inferior to the infant soul fruit. I want this one. Black jade purple-striped ginseng. 1,000-year lava lotus. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. I want these two too. Chu Tian picked out several level 2 herbs. They were all elixir-grade treasures. This fellow's eyes were very sharp. They were the best of the herbs. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon didn't feel any pain. The bronze-masked old man was dead. Even if the caravan didn't disband, it would still be replaced. Even if they lost all these things, they wouldn't be able to find the person responsible. If the two of them brought back these precious blood-colored corpse cores, it would be the sect's greatest merit in 100 years. At that time, what would these resources count for? After Chu Tian took the most precious elixirs, he suddenly didn't know what to take. So he asked, "Are there any healing elixirs here?" "Healing elixirs? There's one." Flame Ghost personally took out a jade box. "This is a pill that the elder bought for a high price in a foreign country. It's called the Good Fortune Pill. Even if your bones are broken, it can be completely healed. There won't be any side effects. The elder wanted to give it to the sect as a tribute. If Brother Lu needs it, there's no harm in taking it." Not bad, not bad. These two brothers were quite loyal. Chu Tian bluntly took the pill. There was nothing else he needed here, so he prepared to leave. "Brother Lu, wait." Flame Ghost called out to him. "Brother Lu has a large amount of black corpse cores. Corpse cores don't have much use in southern Xia. Can you sell a portion to us?" Ji. Chu Tian did not say anything. The little fox that was lying on Chu Tian's shoulder immediately stood up and called out to the two of them, scaring them. Corpse cores were its food. High-quality blood-colored corpse cores were exchanged for a pile of trash materials by its master. This already made the little fellow very unhappy, now that they were going to take away a few snacks. Wouldn't the little fox be starving? How could it be happy? "Don't make trouble." Chu Tian patted the little fox and said to the two of them, "What price do you want?" Flame Ghost hesitated for a few minutes before saying, 10 low-grade source stones for each. 10 low-grade source stones. That was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. In South Sky City, this was a large sum of money. Chu Tian had 300 black corpse cores in his pocket. How much money could he exchange them for? The company needed money. So, Chu Tian did not hesitate. "How about this? I'll sell 50 of them to you. I still have use for the rest." He still had to take care of the little fox's food. Otherwise, where would he find such a high-energy item? Chu Tian would go bankrupt because of its food. The little fox saw that its master kept most of it and reluctantly accepted it, but it was still very unhappy. It sat on Chu Tian's shoulder, its furry claws crossed, looking like a little ruffian. "Brother Lu, your spirit beast is really interesting. I have never seen such a spiritual beast before." "That's right. This should have been found in an ancient tomb. Maybe it's an ancient species." The little fox spat out a mouthful of saliva and made a face with its 2 claws, expressing its disdain towards this so-called ancient species. The Flame Ghost brothers were even more shocked. How was this spiritual? It was simply a spirit. If the two of them knew that this fox had just been born, it was unknown just how shocked they would be. "Don't mention it. It's just a wastrel fox. It doesn't have any skills. Here are 50 black corpse cores." Chu Tian ignored the little fellow's angry protests and handed over the money. A full 500 low-grade source stones. Chu Tian's mood was very good. Too damn good. But at the same time, he felt very regretful. If he didn't have to take care of the little fox's food, he would have sold several hundred corpse cores, and Chu Tian would have become rich. But no matter what, this trip to the black market, his harvest was huge. A large amount of spirit stones, 3 infant soul fruits, many top-quality elixirs, the Netherworld sword, the Netherworld ghost flame, the soul-controlling bell, several dozen corpse soldiers. That's right, there was also this unknown use for this wastrel fox that could eat a lot. Calculating the time, it had already been several days. Chu Tian had avoided most of the limelight. Now it was time to go back. He had already matured. It was time to break through to the awakened soul realm. When Chu Tian returned to his room, there were 2 large beds inside. One bed had Xianghu lying on it, and the other bed had a purple-clothed beautiful girl lying on it. The two of them were both unconscious without any signs of waking up. "What's the situation like?" Xianghu is already stabilized. The purple lightning young master's situation is not good. Kai Dai said in a worried voice. All of her meridians have been destroyed by the Corpse King. I'm afraid it will be hard for her to live past today. Even if she is saved, her cultivation base will drop, and she will suffer a lifelong injury. Chu Tian grabbed Yun Yao's wrist and examined her. The situation was indeed very bad. It was more serious than he had imagined. If he delayed the treatment, Yun Yao could become a cripple. Forget it. He would save her to the end. Chu Tian opened the jade box and took out a pill, giving it to Yun Yao. Kai Dai revealed a shocked expression. This is the good fortune pill? Even my father treasures this pill. You just gave it to her like this. Good fortune pill. This name was very famous. Actually, the refining method was very ordinary. Chu Tian didn't care too much about this. He helped Yun Yao heal her injuries. Her broken meridians were reconstructed one by one, and they were even stronger than before. Yun Yao could be considered to have profited from her misfortune. Cuckoo. Yun Yao coughed a few times. Her long eyelashes trembled. She slowly woke up. When she saw Chu Tian and Kai Dai, she revealed a surprised expression. I didn't die? Kai Dai gave a sigh and said, You almost died. Brother Lu used a good fortune pill to save you. Yun Yao revealed a look of disbelief. Why was that? Chu Tian spread out his hands and said, You owe me enough. If you died, where would you go to collect your debt? Yun Yao was very weak. She stared at him and said, The good fortune pill is indeed precious, but my Yun family can't pay it back. If you come to the Central State Yun family, I will definitely pay you back double. Chu Tian disdainfully curled his lips. What kind of conduct the Central State four great families have? Do you think I don't know? Each of them eat people without spitting out their bones. Pay back the debt. It sounds nice, but it's good enough that you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Nonsense. Chu Tian's disdain towards the Yun family made Yun Yao very unhappy. My Yun family is different from the other three great families. We don't do business, we don't do politics, we don't join the army, we don't build a private army. Our grandfather Yun Tianhe is the Central State Academy's vice principal. Chapter 82. Yun Tianhe, Central State Academy's vice principal, had a good reputation and had students all over the world. Although the Yun family did not do politics, many of the officials in southern Xia came from the Yun sect. Although they did not do business, many of the merchants in southern Xia came from the Yun sect. All the large influences, mercenaries, and families had Yun family disciples. Because of this, they were different from the Chu, Yi, and Luo families. The Yun family had the support of Central State Academy, so they valued etiquette and morals, so they were able to establish a strong network and reputation. This was also the reason why the Yun family was able to stand tall. However, although the scholarly family was more upright, the family's influence and scale were large, so it was unavoidable for large families to have a problem. The young people were proud and arrogant. Since they were young, they were surrounded by the stars, so it was hard to avoid being arrogant. The unruly and eccentric granddaughter, Yun Yao, was a representative of this. It gave Yun Tianhe quite a headache. How could this fellow not have heard of Yun Tianhe's famous name? Was he even someone from Central State? Chu Tian did not care about this at all. What Central State Academy's principal? In this era, in this place, what kind of powerful person could there be? After Yun Yao's injuries stabilized, Chu Tian brought several black robes and wrapped the 18 corpse soldiers tightly. The Yin corpses were the biggest harvest of this adventure. 14 of the Yin corpses were at the second awakened soul layer, and 4 of them were at the triple awakened soul layer. The corpse soldiers had hard bodies, were invulnerable, could use corpse poison, did not feel pain, did not fear death, and were absolutely loyal. Where else could he find such good guards? In South Sky City, with a population of several million, there were only 20 to 30 awakened soul cultivators. Most of them were at the first awakened soul layer. Chu Tian had several dozen awakened soul cultivators. All of them were at the second or triple awakened soul layer. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Several dozen Yin corpses were like a small army. This would give Miracle Commerce, who was lacking in battle strength, a strong battle strength. Of course, the Yin corpses were not a perpetual motion machine. In the Yin Corpse Valley, they could absorb Yin Qi to maintain their battle strength. But once they left the Yin Corpse Valley, their recovery speed would become very slow. In a large city with Yang Qi, they would not be able to recover their strength. Chu Tian could only spend large amounts of money buying heavy Yin Qi materials for the Yin corpses to fight and consume daily. This little bit of trouble compared to the value of the 18 Yin corpses, it was not worth mentioning. With Miracle Commerce's profitability, it was not like it couldn't support several Yin corpses. What a pity! If Chu Tian had more time, he would bring back a few more. If he could control over 100 of these Yin corpses, he would be an incomparably strong force in the Central State main city. No one would dare provoke him. Nothing is perfect in this world. Chu Tian had nothing to be discontented about. This time, he had come to the black market to lie low, but his gains had already exceeded his expectations by 10 times. He didn't know what the situation in South Sky City was like. Were the young miss and Ying doing well? With this power in hand, Chu Tian had the confidence to protect them. No one could bully Miracle Commerce anymore. The next day, Yunyao was cultivating in the courtyard. Her injuries had basically stabilized. At this time, Chu Tian was carrying a large bag, passing through the courtyard. There were 18 black-robed people following behind him, looking like they were on a long journey. Yunyao's expression was a bit unnatural. Hey, aren't you going to the main city, to the Yun family? What, you don't want to collect your debt? Chu Tian's potential was too big. Now he had several treasures and 18 tyrannical Yin corpses. If she could recruit this person for the family, her grandfather would be very happy. I will definitely go to the main city. Chu Tian shook his head and said, now is not the time. Yunyao quickly asked, where are you from? Where do you live? How do I find you? Why are you asking so many questions? It can't be that after saving you twice, you want to repay me with your body? Then let me tell you, you'll have to line up first. Chu Tian gave a snort and arrogantly said, but I advise you not to have too much hope. I've already said it many times. You're not my type. That's enough. This damn narcissist. Yunyao flew into a rage, affecting her injuries and almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. If she wasn't injured, she would have slapped him in half with a palm. Don't be angry. I'm just this honest. Chu Tian gave a laugh, not joking around anymore. He changed the topic and said, I have a bit of time right now. Your cultivation technique is a bit interesting. Come, practice it once for me to see. Yunyao vigilantly said, Humph, you want to secretly learn the Yun family's secret technique. Hey, what secret technique? Your family's cultivation technique isn't even shit in my eyes. Chu Tian gave a snort. My mood today is not bad, so I was prepared to give you a few pointers. Since you don't want this chance, then forget it. We'll meet again. Chu Tian turned to leave. Wait. All right, I'll practice it once. Just once. Yunyao did not know why she agreed to Chu Tian's request. This ordinary-looking youth gave her an unfathomable feeling. She wouldn't lose anything anyway. A cultivation technique wasn't something that could be learned just because one wanted to. Chu Tian's source spirit's attribute was different from the Yun family's cultivation technique. Even if he knew the Yun family's cultivation technique, it would be useless. The Yun family's cultivation technique didn't have any value to him. The Yun family's cultivation technique is the most abundant in Central State City. The Yun School includes hundreds of families from all over the world. This lightning blitz secret art is based on one of the 6 secret arts of Central State Academy, the Thunder Cry secret art. After several generations of the Yun family's evolution and improvement, it has now become a high-class cultivation technique. Like a sudden clap of thunder, 10,000 men can't block it. The lightning blitz secret art might is not inferior to the Central State's #1 offensive soul sword secret art. Open your eyes wide and watch. Yun Yao began to demonstrate the cultivation technique. Chu Tian calmly watched from beginning to end. Every time it reached a critical moment, he would open his mind's eye to observe it. This lightning blitz secret art was a cultivation technique that focused on destructive power, but Yun Yao had already reached the realm of mastery. Yun Yao slowly stopped and proudly said, "How is it?" Chu Tian gave a brief evaluation. It's not hard to see from this cultivation technique that the Central State Yun family is only SOSO. It's full of flaws. It doesn't make sense at all. It only has power, but it doesn't have the essence. If you practice this cultivation technique, the early stages will be strong, but the later stages will not be enough and it will become weaker and weaker. After you reach the 6th awakened soul layer, it will be hard to advance any further. A cultivation technique was the foundation of any family. Chu Tian's evaluation of the Yun family's lightning blitz secret art was simply slapping the Yun family's face. Chu Tian did not wait for Yun Yao to explode and immediately cut her off. "I'll help you improve it a bit." "Just you? Improve?" The Yun family had been passed down for several hundred years, and this lightning blitz secret art had been improved by countless Yun family geniuses and experts. It was already close to perfection and could not be improved any further. This fellow's tone was too big. He actually wanted to help the Yun family improve this cultivation technique. "I'll only say it once. As for how much you can remember, that will depend on your own luck." Chu Tian carefully corrected the lightning blitz secret art cultivation technique. Yun Yao was completely disdainful at first, but after listening to 2 sentences, she was completely stunned. This was because the place that Chu Tian had pointed out and corrected was the key to the lightning blitz secret art. Her grandfather, Yun Tianhe, had also mentioned this place before. It was indeed a place that the lightning blitz secret art needed to be improved on. But although her grandfather had found the problem, he had not found a way to solve it. Yun Tianhe had studied it for many years without any results. Chu Tian could actually point it out in 1 sentence. Was this possible? Had he seen the lightning blitz secret art before? Chu Tian's thoughts were very clear as he changed the lightning blitz secret art, word by word. Yun Yao became more and more shocked as she listened. How was this improving? It was almost like he had turned the lightning blitz secret art into a completely new cultivation technique. A normal person would not be able to completely understand a cultivation technique, even if they studied it for a lifetime. But not only did Chu Tian understand all the mysteries of the lightning blitz secret art, after listening to it once, he had also made large changes to it, turning it into a completely different cultivation technique. "I'm done. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourself." Chu Tian turned around. "Goodbye. Take care." Chu Tian had already walked far away. Yun Yao acted like she did not hear anything. She was like a statue that did not move at all. She had completely fallen into a wonderful state of comprehension. Every word that Chu Tian had said was like thunder exploding in her ears, giving her a feeling of enlightenment. She could clearly feel it. She had reached a bottleneck. Too profound, too obscure. She could not understand most of it. But her intuition told Yun Yao that the changes that Chu Tian had made were all correct. If it was Chu Tian's cultivation path that she did not understand before, she would now understand everything. She suddenly understood. Creating something from nothing. cultivation was this mysterious? Yunyao pondered for a full 10 minutes. Suddenly she clenched her fists, and a lightning mark appeared between her eyebrows. She began to slowly cultivate according to the new method. Every time she cultivated, her comprehension deepened a little. After the 10th time, a large door suddenly opened. Yunyao felt like she had entered a whole new world. In that instant, an endless amount of power entered her body. She gave a long roar into the sky. Lightning soared into the sky. An endless might covered the entire black market. The cultivators in the black market were all shocked. He broke through. An expert has broken through. Such a strong aura. He has at least broken through to the fourth awakened soul layer. Everyone began to discuss. The black market was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although there were experts breaking through, there were not many fourth awakened soul layer experts in Central State, so it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, at the entrance of the black market camp, the cold wind rustled. Chu Tian turned around and mounted the large horse. He looked back at the center of the camp, at the place where the lightning was soaring into the sky. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Your perception is not bad. This child is worth teaching. The little fox curled its lips in disdain. Master really was too arrogant. Isn't it just changing a few cultivation techniques? This fox can also do it. Brother Lu, you're going to leave like this? You're in too much of a rush. Kaidai walked in front of Chu Tian. Xiang, who stood on the side with his walking stick, the two of them had personally come to the entrance to send Chu Tian off. The news of the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb will spread sooner or later. I have things from the ancient tomb on me. If I continue to stay in the black market, I will attract everyone's attention. So I have to leave. Chu Tian took out 2 crystal jars from his bag. Everyone I meet is a friend. Meeting each other can be considered fate. So before I leave, I'll give you a present. Old brother Xiang, this is for you, a level 2 elixir. Xiang, who did not dare believe it. 2? Level 2 elixir? This is too precious. Xiang, who was a 9th body refinement layer rogue cultivator, not to mention a level 2 elixir, even a level 1 elixir was very precious to him. Kai Dai, I specially prepared this for you. I don't lack elixirs. Kai Dai held a jar filled with a bright red elixir. Her face was filled with worry as she said, moreover, elixirs are a waste for me. This thing is different. It's a level 2 elixir, blood marrow Lingji. Chu Tian slowly said, it's not that useful for normal people, but it's different for you. If I'm not wrong, you have innately terminated meridians. Kai Dai's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. How did he know my physique? Could it be that he knew my identity from the start? Xiang, who was shocked. Innately terminated meridians, also from Central State. Could it be that person? She was very famous in Central State. If Kai Dai really was her, then it would be incredible. Chapter 83. With naturally terminated meridians, their meridians would be sealed, and they would not be able to cultivate, destined to be a normal person for the rest of their life. At least in southern Xia, it was like this. Chu Tian did not know Kai Dai's identity and did not notice Xiang, whose shock. Naturally terminated meridians cannot absorb spirit energy, so they are unable to cultivate, but your cultivation base is not weak. I think there must be a very strong expert that refined a large amount of heaven and earth treasures and directly poured them into your body. This kind of expert is not simple. So Kai Dai, your identity is not simple. Kai Dai revealed an awkward expression. He really did not know my identity. Otherwise, he would not have acted this naturally. Kai Dai was not willing to talk about her family. She only asked in a curious voice, you still haven't told me, what is the use of the blood marrow Lingji? Naturally terminated meridians are a kind of innate defect. In other words, it is a kind of innate disease. Since it is an illness, it can be cured. Your situation is not serious. I think it can be improved with medicine. The blood marrow Lingji is one of the main medicines. Impossible, naturally terminated meridians cannot be cured. If you trust me, then give it a try. Chu Tian handed over a roll of paper. This is the formula. Go back and collect the medicine. Then, with the help of an expert at the fifth awakened soul layer or higher, you will be able to recover to a normal person in 10 days. Kai Dai had a dazed expression. Was there really a hope of becoming a normal person? Kai Dai left home because she could not stand the strange looks of other people. She did not want to see her father waste a large amount of resources on her. I've finished my mission. I should go. Chu Tian gave a lazy stretch. You guys take care of yourselves. The mountains don't move, but the water does. We will meet again one day. After saying this, Chu Tian pulled on the reins and waved the whip. The horse neighed and galloped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had done what he needed to do. He no longer had any worries about the black market, so he left without looking back. The little fox was sitting on his shoulder, waving its little claws, saying goodbye to the two of them in place of its master. Kai Dai held the medicine pot and the formula, her face filled with excitement and longing. Being able to meet this strange youth like Lu Run, she was really too lucky. A physique that even her father was helpless against. Was the youth's method really effective? No matter what Kai Dai had decided, she would go back and give it a try. She had a strong intuition that this young man was not an ordinary person. Perhaps she could really create a miracle. Xiang, who seemed to become very frightened. I did not expect. You are. Kai Dai revealed a faint smile and made a shushing gesture. This is a secret, don't tell anyone else. Xiang, who was both excited and nervous. When the two of them were about to return to the black market, Lu Run, a purple figure, hurriedly ran over. She had a graceful figure and exquisite curves. Her face was covered with a veil, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of dignified and holy aura. It was a beautiful woman. However, at this moment, his face was full of anxiety as he ran to the two of them. Where did Lu Ren go? I'm convinced. Yunyao was really impressed. Lu Ren was a master that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Even the heavenly sword young Master Chu Xinghe could not compare to this person. Such a character was completely beyond the scope of understanding. His value was simply immeasurable. The Yun family was a family of scholars. If they could recruit Lu Run into their family, it would truly be a great fortune for the Yun family and a blessing for the entire central state, easily changing the Yun family's martial arts. In just a few words, he revealed the mystery. Yunyao had been stuck at the triple awakened soul for a very long time, and she could not see any hope of breaking through. It was for this reason that Yunyao had fallen far behind the other three young masters. Who would have thought that a flower planted intentionally would not bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally would become shade? This bottleneck that Yunyao did not know when she would be able to break through was easily broken by this fellow Lu Run. Yunyao could finally raise her head again. She had the capital to compete with the other three young masters. Xiang, whose expression was strange as he said, "You came too late. He has already left. You really don't know how to be a person." Kai Dai seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Lu has saved your life several times. If he leaves, you won't send him off? Yunyao was stunned. Left? He left just like that. Yunyao's expression was complex. She was somewhat dazed. That boundless wilderness that was shrouded in a dense fog, just like this young man's identity, no one could see through him. Would this farewell be forever? Lu Ren kept saying that he wanted to go to the Yun family to collect a debt, but how could Yunyao not see through it? Lu Ren was a strange person. He was naturally free and unrestrained. He did not care about a bit of benefits. His actions were all based on his mood. Yunyao actually hoped that he would come. If he really haggled over every ounce and went to the Yun family to collect a debt, that would not be like him. What they didn't expect was that Chu Tian had always been in disguise and using an alias. On one hand, it was to avoid the Yi and Chu families' assassinations, and on the other hand, it was to protect himself during the exploration. So, whether it was Yun Yao or Kai Dai, if they wanted to use his appearance and name to investigate Chu Tian's true identity, it was impossible. Chu Tian had not revealed any information about his identity from beginning to end. Because other than the harvest from the ancient tomb, Chu Tian had revealed a few of his trump cards, for example his shadow source spirit. He did not want anyone to know about it. Kai Dai's identity was not simple. Yun Yao was one of the most famous talents in Central State City. Xiang, who was born mediocre, but with this experience, he could follow the two of them to Central State City. His future cultivation path would be much smoother. As for whether they could meet again, Chu Tian would never consider this question. 3 days later, a young man wearing a gray robe, carrying a simple treasure sword on his back, walked into South Sky City covered in dust. Over 10 silent black-robed people neatly lined up behind him, following him like loyal servants. 10 days. An entire 10 days. What kind of situation was everyone in? The streets of South Sky City seemed to be filled with a strange atmosphere. There were patrolling soldiers everywhere. The flow of people was much smaller than usual. What happened? Why was the atmosphere so depressing? Chu Tian felt that something was wrong. He did not have time to think about it. He immediately ran home to see what was going on. When Chu Tian stood in front of the Meng family's door, his eyes almost popped out. What was going on? Where was the house? In front of Chu Tian was a black ruin. The house had all been burnt. There was still some residual heat. It seemed like it happened not too long ago. There were several ordinary soldiers cleaning up the ruins. "Brat, what are you doing? Don't you know the words on the road? You can't enter here." A soldier captain with a cigarette in his mouth impatiently waved his hand. "Get out of the way. Don't disturb our work." "Captain, what happened here? Why do you care so much? What happened is none of your business." Chu Tian took out a gold coin and handed it over. "Io, little brother, I can tell you're not a simple person. You must have just arrived, right?" When the captain saw the gold coin, his eyes lit up and his face changed faster than flipping a book. "Little brother, don't meddle in other people's business. Central State, family, and Chu family are not people we can offend. Isn't this? If we offend them, they'll tear down the house." Chu Tian calmly asked, "What exactly happened?" The captain took a drag on his cheap cigarette, threw it to the ground. "Don't mention it. Who told Chu Tian to be too wild, recklessly offending the Ye family? And Chu family? Can these two families be offended so casually?" They sent over 10 experts to South Sky City to get back at them. But in the end, South Sky City was in a foul atmosphere, causing everyone in the city to have a hard time. At this point, the captain's face was also gloomy. Chu Tian asked again, "Then why was this place attacked?" The captain's nostrils let out a light snort. "Do you still need to ask?" South Sky City was turned upside down, tossed around in a big circle. That brat seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. How could Yi Xiong and the others not be angry? In their anger, they took out their anger on the Meng family's young miss. These two young misses' friendship with Chu Tian is not shallow. They were prepared to force Chu Tian to come out. A soldier at the side said, "What's the use? Chu Tian most likely ran away in fear." Another soldier angrily said, "Wasn't that brat very wild? How did he run away so quickly this time?" "He ran away, but the Meng family's two beauties have been harmed by him." "You can't say that. A real man doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. If you knew that 10 awakened soul cultivators were coming to kill you, would you not run? Hey, even if he wanted to run, he should have brought the beauties with him. This brat only cared about running away. That's right, he's too disappointing. I thought he had a lot of backbone, but he's just a coward. The soldiers spoke one after another. The Meng sisters being implicated made the soldiers feel indignant. The revenge of the several great families shrouded the entire city in a shadow of terror. No one was happy. Chu Tian's anger rose to his head. How are the Meng families too young? Mrs. Now. Mayor Nangong, Master Zhang, and General Xiong came out at the critical moment and saved the Meng family's two young misses. The captain lit a cigarette for himself. This area was destroyed during the conflict. Where are they now? Are they injured? I say, who are you? Why are you asking so many questions? The captain was a little unhappy. The two young misses were taken to the mayor's palace yesterday. It was said that the Ye family's experts suddenly attacked the young miss, and it was the second miss who blocked it. She was seriously injured by a single palm strike. It seems to be very serious, but I don't know if she's dead or not. Nonsense. She's most likely dead. You suffered a palm strike from an awakened soul cultivator, but you survived for me to see. That's right. That was the power of an awakened soul cultivator. A body refinement cultivator has no chance of surviving. Fuck. He injured Ying Ying. Chu Tian's anger completely exploded. Chu Tian's body released a terrifying aura, causing the soldiers to jump in fright. Chu Tian wiped his face with his hand, and a faint light flashed. His facial features changed, and in an instant, he returned to his original appearance. You're Chu Tian. The soldiers almost collapsed in fright. Wasn't there a rumor in South Sky City that Chu Tian had already escaped? Why did this fellow appear again? Coming back now was tantamount to seeking his own death. These people had just silently cursed Chu Tian. If Chu Tian became angry because of this, then even if they had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. You guys listen to me. Chu family, Ye family? I, Chu Tian, have never been afraid of them. I will let them know that they have to pay the price for doing things. Chu Tian coldly snorted and walked towards the mayor's palace. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, then this time he might as well do it a bit more thoroughly. Chapter 84. The mayor's palace, from the main door to the hallway, from the garden to the courtyard, there was a sentry every few steps. There were elite guards patrolling back and forth, and the security was several times stricter than normal. In a quiet room, there was a pungent smell of medicine. There was a 15 or 16-year-old girl lying on a large bed. Her eyes were closed, and her face was filled with pain. Every time she breathed, there would be a tearing pain coming from her chest. Ku. Meng Yingying couldn't help coughing twice, and a small mouthful of blood came out of her throat. She quickly covered her mouth with a towel, and her chest heaved up and down, looking very uncomfortable. After a while, she finally calmed down. Compared to 10 days ago, Meng Yingying was a bit thinner. Her delicate little face was very pale without a trace of blood. At this moment, she was suppressing her coughing to avoid making everyone worry. That cute and weak appearance, people couldn't help feeling pity for her. At this time, outside the room, there was the sound of footsteps. Meng Yingying wiped the blood from her mouth and placed the blood-stained towel under her pillow. She covered herself with a blanket and pretended to sleep. Yingying, are you feeling better? A magnetic voice came. Quickly wake up. Xiong Tianyan is brewing some medicine. A tall and beautiful white-clothed girl came over holding a bowl of medicine. She sat down on the bed. Quickly drink it. This can help your injuries. Meng Yingying opened her eyes and immediately sat up. Her little face revealed an optimistic smile as she patted her chest and said, "After sleeping, I feel much better." Elder sister, don't worry about me. It doesn't really hurt. My body is very good. I practiced the Starlight Immortal Body. Those fellows want to kill me? Humph. The little girl proudly raised her head. Meng Qingwu gave a sigh. Don't try to be brave. Drink the medicine. Wah, what medicine? It smells like rotten eggs. Meng Yingying had a bitter look on her face. Can I not drink it? You must drink it. Meng Yingying reluctantly took the bowl and said, The city is in a mess now. Sister, please go back to the Chamber of Commerce. You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. At this time, Nangong is more suitable to appear than me. Be obedient and drink the medicine. How could Meng Qingwu not know that Yingying was pretending to be fine? She wanted to bear it for her little sister. She suddenly thought of something. If there is no accident, Chu Tian should be back in 2 days. It's not like we don't know his temper. If he sees you like this, he will be furious. The consequences, I can't even imagine. Humph, that goes without saying. Chu Tian wants to know that I am being bullied. He would definitely avenge me, without any hesitation. Meng Yingying did not doubt this at all. Meng Yingying's heart was still a bit happy, but thinking that Chu Tian didn't know what to do and was not afraid of anything, if she went to his door now, wouldn't it be the same as walking right into a trap? No. The Chu family's family had many experts like clouds with a large amount of awakened soul cultivators. With such a terrifying lineup, even the mayor tried to avoid a direct confrontation with them. How could Chu Tian deal with them? I can't tell him about my injury. Relax, I know. Meng Yingying picked up the medicine and drank it all in one breath while pinching her nose. She made a disgusted expression. What kind of medicine does old Xiong refine? It's so bitter. I'll bet that Chu Tian's medicine is much better than his. Meng Qingwu helplessly smiled. This girl's words were always about Chu Tian. Although Xiong Tianyan's medicine tasted bad, the effect was still very good. After Meng Yingying drank the medicine, the pain instantly decreased. She was very satisfied with the effect of the medicine. She decided to keep working hard and recover before Chu Tian came back. At this time, there was a commotion outside. In the direction of the mayor's hall, there seemed to be a quarrel. The two sisters were suddenly on guard. The situation had been very tense recently. Even if they moved into the mayor's palace, they might not be able to guarantee their safety. So the two of them were already frightened. Meng Yingying lifted the blanket and put her white feet down from the bed. Meng Qingwu quickly supported her. Your injury hasn't healed. Don't randomly walk around. Meng Yingying shook her head and said, I think something happened again. Let's go take a look. Meng Qingwu had no other choice. She could only support Meng Yingying and leave the room. Outside Meng Yingying's room was actually the mayor's palace's main hall. At this moment, it was in chaos. Nangong Yi was wearing the mayor's robe and sitting on the mayor's throne. There were several dozen Nangong family guards standing beside him. Inside the main hall, there were several people wearing magistrates' robes. Their faces were domineering as they confronted Nangong Yi. A white-haired old man holding a scroll token loudly announced, Nangong, I am Luo Feng of the main city's supervisor's office. I suspect that Chu Tian is in the mayor's palace. Please cooperate with our search. You're using another reason. Don't you think it's funny? Nangong Yi gave a cold laugh. You just searched it yesterday, and today you're searching it again. Do you really think the mayor's palace is the trash in your backyard? Before this mayor gets angry, scram. Nangong, what kind of attitude is this? South Sky City does not belong to you alone. My attitude right now is already very good, so I advise you not to take a yard after taking an inch. Nangong stood up and turned around, impatiently raising his hand. Throw them out. The mayor's palace guards surrounded him. Scram! Luo Feng's spirit energy surged out, and his spirit energy condensed into a source spirit. His two palms swept out, and the dozen people were all knocked down, suffering heavy injuries on the spot. The other guards all revealed looks of fear. Luo Feng was clearly an awakened soul realm expert. If they wanted to take him down, they would have to pay a large price. Nangong Yi's face was gloomy, and a powerful aura was released, covering the entire main hall, making it hard for people to breathe, injuring the mayor's palace guards in front of this mayor. Are you forcing me? Nangong Yi, I advise you to stop pretending. Luo Feng did not seem to be afraid. Now that the Ye family and Chu family experts had come to South Sky City, could he, Nangong Yi, kill them all? Luo Feng said in a serious voice. Our goal for coming here, you should be very clear in your heart. Oh, why don't you tell me? Nangong Yi's voice contained a trace of coldness. When Luo Feng was about to speak, Meng Qinggu supported the weak Meng Yingying as they walked out. Nangong Yi's painted eyebrows knit together. You two aren't recovering. What are you doing here? Quickly go back. It's them. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glow as he called out to the people behind him. Since we can't catch Chu Tian, then we'll catch these two girls. I don't believe that if we torture them, that tortoise Chu Tian won't come out. Impudent, Nangong Yi angrily rebuked. If you want to catch people, then you catch them. Does your supervisor's palace have this privilege? Luo Feng disagreed. This matter has nothing to do with the supervisor's palace. Chu Tian killed the Luo family's elder Luo Yuanshan. This matter has already angered the family head. The Luo family will not let this go no matter what. Nangong Yi, you better be tactful. This matter is not something you can interfere with. The mayor is already very dissatisfied with you. I advise you not to do anything wrong. Otherwise, I won't be the mayor, Nangong Yi coldly said. Luo Yuanshan also said this, but now he's already dead. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Luo Feng revealed a shocked expression. Nangong Yi's tone was unyielding as he said, This mayor will say it again. As long as I am the mayor, South Sky City will not be a place for you rats to interfere. Scram. Good. Luo Feng revealed a fiendish smile and pulled out a scroll from his sleeve. It seems like Mayor Nangong is determined to go against the main city. This is the supervisor's palace's order, because Mayor Nangong is determined to protect the criminal. Starting today, he will be temporarily relieved of his position as mayor. I will be the temporary mayor until this matter is completely investigated. Temporarily relieved of his position as mayor? Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying's faces changed. Although Nangong Yi was only a small South Sky City mayor, it was still very important. Miracle commerce had just started, and there were many powers in Central State that could threaten them. This new Chamber of Commerce needed the support of a strong enough umbrella in order to survive in the face of danger. Once Nangong Yi's position as mayor was removed, where could Miracle Commerce find this kind of umbrella? Luo Feng had a proud expression as he looked at Nangong Yi and then looked at the Meng Qingwu sisters. Are you two coming with me, or do you want me to capture you? Meng Qingwu gritted her teeth and suddenly took a step forward. I'll go with you. Let go of my little sister. Elder sister. Don't. Meng Yingying was angry, and her face suddenly turned red. Her injuries suddenly flared up, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yingying, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Meng Qingwu quickly hugged Meng Yingying. Not good. Nangong Yi was also shocked. Quickly call Xiong Tianyan. Over. Luo Feng gave a loud laugh. You sisters won't be able to escape. Mayor's palace guards, listen. If you catch these two criminals, you'll be rewarded with 1,000 gold and promoted by 3 ranks. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military law. The mayor's palace guards looked at each other in blank dismay. But at this time, a familiar voice came from outside the hall. "Old man, don't be arrogant." The Meng Qingwu sisters began to eat. Chu Tian. Chu Tian had already returned. Nan Gongyi was stunned, and then he revealed an awkward expression. Before Chu Tian left, Nan Gongyi had promised that as long as he wasn't here to attract attention, he would definitely protect the Meng Qingwu sisters. Who would have thought that today's matter would reach this point? A soft bell rang in everyone's ears. Although it was very soft, the clear sound was like it was right next to everyone's ears. It was like a hypnotic sound that made people feel a trace of a trance. A travel-worn youth swaggered into the hall. He was wearing a dirty gray robe and had an ancient sword wrapped in cloth on his back. With every step he took, the ancient bell on his waist would let out a clear sound. That face was very white and handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his pupils were as deep as a black hole. Luo Feng was shocked. "Who is it?" Meng Yingying was sitting on the ground. The clothes on her chest were dyed red with blood. When she saw Chu Tian, her head buzzed and tears came out. She had been forcing herself to smile these past few days, but when she saw Chu Tian, all of her grievances exploded out. This is bad. Why did he come back at this time? This was going to be a big matter. Chu Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Yingying was still alive. Chu Tian coldly looked at Luo Feng. "You've been looking for me for several days. Now that I'm standing in front of you, you can't recognize me? What a joke." "You're Chu Tian." Luo Feng and the others were all shocked. Chu Tian just swaggered in here like this? This was really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching. They had finally found this fellow. Luo Feng gave a cold smile. "I never thought that you would dare come out. Do you know what kind of result you'll face? Go, take him down for me. First break his arms and legs." Several Luo family experts charged at Chu Tian at the same time. Each one was an elite in the 8th and 9th body refinement layer. Chu Tian laughed. "Shrimp soldiers and crab generals." His sword source spirit appeared, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, a fist pierced through the Luo family experts' chests. His fist was like a hammer, and his feet were like knives. Almost in an instant, these people were all knocked to the ground, either dead or crippled. Luo Feng revealed a look of shock. You dare kill the Luo family's children. What does killing them count for? I still want to kill you." Chu Tian was filled with rage as he charged at Luo Feng without any hesitation. Chapter 85. Luo Feng roared into the sky and released a stone tiger source spirit. The strong source spirit covered his body and condensed a layer of solid rock armor. A fist slammed into it, like hitting a mountain. A dull sound rang out, shaking the main hall. Although a crack appeared on the stone, Chu Tian was also forced back a few steps. His right arm felt a splitting pain, and he suffered some damage from the recoil. The stone tiger source spirit was a defensive source spirit. It was a good thing that Chu Tian practiced the starlight immortal body. His flesh and bones had been tempered by starlight, so they were very strong. Otherwise, in a situation where he didn't know what was going on, his bones would have been fractured. Just a trivial 9th body refinement layer, simply overestimating yourself. Luo Feng's stone tiger source spirit enveloped his body, and the cracks on the stone armor were automatically repaired. His face was filled with disdain, but his heart was secretly shocked. Chu Tian was clearly not an awakened soul cultivator, but the fist he just released was very close to an awakened soul cultivator's attack. This little brat really had something special about him. But what use was that? The stone tiger source spirit could create a strong protective spirit energy. Luo Feng was a first awakened soul layer cultivator, so he could block a peak first awakened soul layer cultivator's attack. cultivators of the same level would not be able to injure him, not to mention this little brat. Roar. The stone tiger source spirit roared, and the entire main hall shook a few times. The guard felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. Luo family's martial art, tiger roar. Nangongi quickly moved and stood in front of the Meng Qingwu sisters. He released his fire-red spirit energy and blocked the shockwave for the two girls. The tiger roar was a sound wave attack. An awakened soul cultivator could use this move to injure a body refinement cultivator and also cause a dizzying effect. Meng Yingying was already seriously injured. If she was injured by the tiger roar, her situation would be even more serious. Today is the day you die. Luo Feng's stone tiger source spirit merged into his right fist and condensed into a fierce tiger head. With an earth-shattering roar, it formed a fierce shockwave and flew straight at Chu Tian. The fist had yet to arrive. That ferocious tiger roar was like a tidal wave. It suddenly attacked and tore Chu Tian's clothes. Luo Feng knew that with Nangongi present, he wouldn't have many chances. Thus, he decided to go all out and kill this Chu Tian, who had angered the family head. Chu Tian took out the netherworld sword from his back, and with a gentle wave, the fist wind was cut apart. The cloth strips that were wrapped around the sword were also shattered in the process of being swung. It was an ancient blue and white longsword. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, and it was bone-chilling like ice. It was filled with a heart-palpitating aura. What happened? This sword can actually split open my fist wind. However, Luo Feng didn't have time to consider. His stone tiger fist smashed out. Chu Tian released his sword source spirit. When the netherworld sword felt the sword source spirit's power, it began to slightly tremble, as if it was awakening from a long slumber. A purple and black sword glow suddenly bloomed. One strike. Chu Tian swung his sword. The dazzling sword glow tore through the air. An arm was thrown high up into the air. Ah, my arm. Chu Tian's sword came over and cut off Luo Feng's arm. Luo Feng couldn't understand at all. He was still a first awakened soul layer cultivator. This fellow was only in the body refinement realm. How could he fight him head-on? What he couldn't accept was that this sword could actually cut through the stone tiger source spirit and break through the defense he was so proud of. Your defense is only SOSO. The demon god's sword source spirit continued to release spirit energy. The netherworld sword's sword glow continued to increase, and its might doubled. Luo Feng was scared out of his wits. Stop! The sword light swept past like it was cutting wheat. A head was cut into the ground, killed, with just one slash. A body refinement cultivator defeating an awakened soul cultivator was a terrifying matter. Not only did Chu Tian defeat Luo Feng, he did it so easily, killing him with a single slash. You dare publicly kill the Luo family's enforcement elder. Forging the command is a capital offense. Even if I kill you, what can I do? No. The Luo family members didn't even have a chance to resist. Chu Tian released several sword glows and beheaded them all. Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying were stunned. They were very clear in their hearts. Chu Tian was very arrogant, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. There were many people who had offended him, but as long as the situation wasn't bad, Chu Tian wouldn't kill them. At most, he would cripple their cultivation. This time he didn't even think about it, and killed the Luo family members. This time Chu Tian was truly angry. When Chu Tian killed them, Nangong, he didn't even have time to stop him. Chu Tian's strength also shocked Nangong. Chu Tian was close to the peak 9th body refinement layer, but his strength was not below his daughter Nangong Yun's. It had to be known. Nan Gongyun was stuck at the peak ninth body refinement layer, but it wasn't that she couldn't break through. When she was 16 to 17 years old, she could already become an awakened soul cultivator. Nan Gongyun had been stuck in the body refinement realm for over 2 years just to build a more solid foundation. She had already practiced the Nangong family's burning the heavens art to the mastery realm. She only needed to build a solid foundation. Practicing Chu Tian's starlight immortal body, she had already made a large breakthrough. Nan Gongyun had spent a lot of time in the body refinement realm, so it wasn't strange that Nan Gongyun could fight against an awakened soul cultivator. Chu Tian's strength had just increased. How did he suddenly become so strong? That ghostly treasure sword. It seemed like it wasn't simple at all. Chu Tian was a descendant of the Chu family, so it was normal for him to have a sword source spirit. But Nan Gongyun could feel a mysterious ancient aura from Chu Tian's sword source spirit. This source spirit was not a small matter. Perhaps it could even compete with the Central State's super genius, Chu Xinghe. This kind of shocking talent, who was not inferior to Chu Xinghe, was actually abandoned by the Chu family as a bastard. She really didn't know what the heads of the Chu family's upper echelons were filled with. Chu Tian did not even look at the corpses on the ground. He immediately put away the netherworld sword and walked over to Meng Yingying's side. Without any explanation, he grabbed her wrist and poured his spirit energy into it, carefully inspecting it. Meng Yingying's meridians were broken in several places. Her 5 viscera were all injured to a certain degree. This kind of injury was clearly very serious. Although with Xiong Tianyan's medicine, Meng Yingying's injuries had been suppressed, Chu Tian could see that because of the damage to her 5 viscera, she was in a lot of pain right now, but she was pretending to be fine. Truly a silly girl. If it wasn't for her cultivating the starlight immortal body, Meng Yingying would have already been killed. Chu Tian took out a small half bottle of life essence water. "Drink this first." Meng Yingying did not know what Chu Tian had taken out, but she trusted Chu Tian 100%, so she drank it without even thinking about it. So mysterious. "It doesn't hurt at all. I'm healed, my injuries are healed." Meng Yingying was filled with joy. She immediately waved her arm, showing that she was fine. How could this small bottle of water have this much energy? This is truly great. Chu Tian was a little apologetic. "I've implicated you. This doesn't count for anything, as long as you're fine." Meng Qinggu revealed a gentle smile. "Perhaps you don't know, but the Chu family's Ye family has sent out many experts. They are currently guarding the Ye family's mansion. All of them are targeting you. It's a good thing you weren't here during this time. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse." Nangong Yi then said, "But you don't need to worry too much. My letter has already been sent to the family. The family's high level will begin to pressure the main city, so you don't need to worry. At that time, these people won't be able to do anything to you." The Nangong family was one of the 3 great families of the kingdom, the Ye family and the Chu family. Perhaps they were large families, but compared to the Nangong family, they weren't on the same level. With the Nangong family pressuring them, these families would have to restrain themselves a bit. Meng Qinggu and Nangong Yi just wanted Chu Tian to endure it. Endure? Chu Tian really couldn't find this word in his dictionary. "Yingying, do you believe me?" Meng Yingying did not react. "Of course I believe you." Chu Tian nodded. "Good. Then let's go." "Where are you going?" "To take revenge." Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying were instantly speechless. The Ye family had gathered a large number of experts. Even the mayor was afraid of them. Chu Tian charging in alone, wasn't that just seeking death? Meng Yingying quickly grabbed Chu Tian and said, "Don't do anything stupid. I'm already fine. They have a lot of people. We aren't their match at all. You've already been beaten like this. You can endure it, but I can't. But I..." Chu Tian's attitude was very firm. I've already killed several fellows from the Luo family. Killing a few more doesn't matter. Killing a few less doesn't matter. I might as well kill to my heart's content today. Since I've already offended them, I'm not afraid of adding more hatred. What's there to be afraid of? This seemed to make a bit of sense. Don't be afraid. Chu Tian fiercely supported Meng Yingying and said, just watch. I'll make these bastards pay the price. After saying this, Chu Tian walked out with large steps. When Meng Yingying saw Chu Tian's killing intent and unreasonable appearance, she felt a soft part of her heart being touched, and her eyes became a bit moist. Because she had been bullied, in order to stand up for her, he didn't hesitate to provoke a strong enemy. Meng Qinggu saw Chu Tian's departing figure, and her eyes became a bit dazed. She suddenly felt a bit envious of Yingying. Since she was young, she had a strong and steady appearance, but in the end, she was still a woman and her heart longed to be protected. This little brat, he's simply angering me to death. Nangong Yi finally understood why Chu Tian and Nangong Yun got along so well. These two fellows were the same kind of people. With Nangong Yi's strength, would he be afraid of these fellows? Of course not. Nangong Yi was worried that this matter would become bigger and bigger. After all, the Luo family, Chu family, and Ye family were three of the Central State Four great families. They had been strong for many years and were used to being overbearing. If they did things too ruthlessly, wouldn't they be leaving no way out? At that time, even if it was Nangong Yi, it would be hard to protect Chu Tian. These three families had a deep background, and there were many experts among them. Even Nangong Yi was not their match. How old was Chu Tian? What realm was his cultivation base? The more he poked, the bigger the basket. How would he deal with it in the end? Chu Tian did not care about these questions. The people of South Sky City all thought that Chu Tian was scared. How could Chu Tian endure this kind of anger? Wasn't it just 10 awakened soul realm experts? They were nothing to him right now. Chapter 86. Yi Xiong had been overbearing again and again. If it was just smearing Chu Tian's reputation, Chu Tian did not care. Chu Tian was someone who had stood at the top of the world 30,000 years later. These people from small countries and small families, were they any different from ants in his eyes? Why would a giant bother with an ant? Chu Tian did not need to fight to the death with others for a moment of pride. But now it was different. Yi Xiong had tried to take Chu Tian's life several times, and now he had almost threatened Yingying's life. This was the so-called dragon's reverse scale. Touching it would anger him. Chu Tian did not like to cause trouble. If others touched his bottom line, then Chu Tian would not back down. Afraid my ass. There was no such word in Chu Tian's dictionary. It was fine if a man could not even protect his own life, but if he caused his friends and family to be implicated, then that was a sign of incompetence. Yi Xiong had to be eliminated. Today, South Sky City could not have any more threats. Chu Tian had made his decision. He would go directly to their door for revenge. At this moment, countless people had heard the news, and the streets were completely blocked. The conflict between Chu Tian and the Ye family, and the Chu family was known by everyone in the city. At this time, he should be running for his life, so how could he dare to return to South Sky City? In this world, in this era, how could there be so many principles? To kill, sometimes there was no need for a reason. The law only applied to the weak. Even if the Ye family and the Chu family really killed Chu Tian, would the law of the kingdom punish the two families? This was simply a joke. Chu Tian swaggered back. This was a very irrational action. Could it be that he knew he could not escape the clutches of the large families? So he came back to fight to the death? In front of the mayor's palace, there were 18 mysterious people wrapped in black robes. They were neatly standing straight, like statues that could not be understood. A gray-robed youth with an ancient sword in his hand strode out, with his head held high. The clear and bright ancient bell on his waist rang. It was unknown whether it was the effect of the bell or the awe of the young man's aura, but a formless pressure and a soul-shaking power quickly spread out. The entire street was silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him. When Chu Tian walked past the 18 black-robed men, the black-robed men shuddered as if they had just woken up from a deep slumber. They all turned around and followed Chu Tian's footsteps, slowly walking in the direction of the Ye family mansion. Nangong Yi, Meng Qingwu, and the others followed behind Chu Tian with strange expressions. Countless citizens were shocked, and a wave of admiration welled up in their hearts. The Central State powers exerted a large amount of pressure on South Sky City, causing the entire South Sky City to be shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Dozens of Central State City's experts descended like mountains, causing people to look up and tremble, forcing people to submit. Everyone thought that Chu Tian had already escaped. Now, he was wearing a plain gray robe and holding an ancient and mysterious sword in his hand. Under the shocked and flabbergasted gazes of countless people, he actually took the initiative to walk in the direction of the Ye family mansion. The young man clearly knew that there were dozens of towering mountains in front of him, but he still resolutely issued a challenge to them. A high and mighty person like Nangong Yi, a peerless beauty like Meng Qingwu, when faced with the young man's peerless style, she could only follow behind him. The young man was frivolous, brave, and fearless. If a god blocked his way, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked his way, he would kill a Buddha. For a person to live to this point, even if he was about to step on the road to the Yellow Springs, his journey in this world was not in vain. Go and see. I must go and see. This was not just a historical moment for South Sky City. Chu Tian represented the weak and poor, while the large families represented the tyrannical nobles. This was an individual and collective confrontation, but it was also a hot-blooded battle between the weak and the powerful. Chu Tian was seeking revenge. The entire city was in an uproar. The citizens spread the news from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from top to bottom of South Sky City. Everyone was in an uproar. The miraculous young man that had repeatedly shaken South Sky City had returned. Could he really succeed? This time it was not a competition of knowledge and skills. It was a pure competition of strength. What was the use of having talent? Chu Tian, when did you come back? What are you doing? Are you going to die? Hurry up and leave. Nangong Yun, Zhang Liqing, and the Xiong Tianyan brothers all rushed over when they heard the news. When they found out that Chu Tian had returned to South Sky City and was prepared to take revenge, they were all stunned. Too ridiculous. The experts that came from Central State City, which one of them was an ordinary person. Not to mention, there were so many of them. If they took the initiative to send themselves, it was simply sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Chu Tian did not seem to care at all. He first looked at Zhang Liqing and calmly said with a smile, "I haven't seen you in a few days. Old Zhang's complexion has become better. Xiong Tianyan, you've already broken through to the awakened soul realm." Xiong Tianyan had smoothly broken through to the awakened soul realm. Now that he had become the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, he had completely replaced Li Changyun's position. Xiong Tianyan was trying his best to dissuade him. Nangong Yun's face turned red with excitement as she shouted, "Chu Tian, this old lady has been waiting for you for a long time. I've long wanted to find those grandsons to settle accounts. My immortal starlight body has already reached the small success realm. I will definitely help you today." What? This shocked Chu Tian. Nangong Yun's progress in the immortal starlight body was actually a bit faster than Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian had not cultivated for the past 10 days, Nangong Yun being able to catch up in just 10 days was enough to show how terrifying her cultivation talent was. If Nangong Yun had not forcefully suppressed her cultivation for the past 2-3 years, she would have already become an existence not inferior to the central state for young masters. This explosive little girl's future was limitless. You don't believe me? I'll let you see. Nangong Yun was filled with pride. She clenched her fists, and starlight condensed around her body. Her skin was covered in a layer of crystal-clear glass. How about it? Isn't this sister strong? I'll tell you, even if it's a first awakened soul layer cultivator, I can still easily beat him down. Today we'll let them see how strong we are. Not bad, not bad. This was indeed very strong. Nangong Yun's glass body had already been refined. Not bad. You really are strong, but Chu Tian's eyes swept over everyone. Today's matter, you're not allowed to interfere. Everyone at the scene heard this sentence. They were all stunned. Chu Tian refused to help. If it wasn't for Nangong Yi and Zhang Liqing's help, could he have survived against Yi Xiong? Wasn't this a joke? Nangong Yi suddenly said, "Let him go." Nangong Yi, Zhang Liqing, and Xiongbing, their expressions were a bit unnatural. Their eyes stared at the 18 black-robed people that Chu Tian had brought back, as if they were filled with a deep fear. These 3 were people that had been in the awakened soul realm for many years. Zhang Liqing and Xiongbing were at the second awakened soul layer. Nangong Yi was the strongest. He had already reached the peak of the triple awakened soul heaven realm. When the 3 of them faced the black-robed people by Chu Tian's side, they all felt a very dangerous aura. Nangong Yi felt it the most. He could clearly feel that these black-robed people were hiding a thick death aura and yin qi. This kind of aura could not appear on a living person, unless they were evil cultivators that practiced a special cultivation technique. These 18 mysterious people seemed to have suddenly appeared. Was it related to the Yin Corpse Valley? No matter what, these 18 black-robed people were not normal people. "Old doggy, come out." Chu Tian arrived in front of the Ye family's mansion and loudly roared. "Bold! Who dares?" A group of patrolling mercenaries charged over. When they saw this formation, they couldn't help trembling in fear. Chu Tian released his sword-soar spirit. "It's not up to you small fries to block me, scram." The netherworld sword released a gust of cold wind that instantly rushed forward like a storm. The several dozen mercenaries did not even have a chance to resist, as they were all sent flying by the sword, slamming into the wall. They all spat out blood and fainted on the spot from their heavy injuries. Everyone was scared silly. Chu Tian's sword had sent several dozen mercenaries flying. Even an awakened soul, realm expert, might not be able to do this. Before anyone could react, Chu Tian had already charged in front of the Ye family's gate. With a wild slash of his sword, the gate was split apart. "Chu Tian, you actually dare come to seek death? If I don't kill you today, will the Ye family still have any face?" From the Ye family's mansion came a strong aura that made people's hearts tremble. Several figures charged out at the same time with Yi Xiong at the front. When the several Chu family swordsmen saw Chu Tian, they immediately revealed expressions of anger. "It's really you! You bastard! You still dare come back!" Chu Tian killing the Chu family's young genius Chu Yi had already caused quite a stir in the Chu family. These people were all famous experts from the Chu family. They had been sent to South Sky City to deal with Chu Tian. A little bastard was worthy of this many awakened soul cultivators. These people were already suppressing their anger, but when they arrived at South Sky City, Chu Tian had mysteriously disappeared. This task was not completed, so they couldn't go back or not. So they had been staying in this small South Sky City for several days, unable to vent the anger in their hearts. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would come looking for them? The Chu family experts raised their swords as they charged forward. Chu Tian said with a cold smile, "You don't have the qualifications to talk to me." The bell shook. In that instant, a cold wind blew, corpse poison sprayed out, and several Yin corpses flew out. The Chu family swordsmen used their swords to slash at the Yin corpses, but the Yin corpses were completely unharmed. They directly counterattacked with a palm filled with corpse poison, hitting these people almost in an instant. Each expert that attacked was knocked to the ground, each one spitting out black blood. It was clear that they were heavily poisoned. Corpse poison? How could there be corpse poison? What are these people? Yi Xiong and the others revealed looks of horror. The ancient bell let out several clear sounds. Chu Tian's command was transmitted into the consciousness of the corpse soldiers. "Cripple them all for me." The Chu family swordsmen and family experts were all shocked. "You dare? Do you know who we are? Daring to treat us like this? Our two families won't rest until you die." The 18 corpse soldiers all let out a cruel beast-like roar. The 18 of them charged out like lightning. "Ah, spare me. Let me go. I surrender. I surrender." How could the Ye family and Chu family people resist these strong Yin corpses? They were all beaten until they cried for their parents, without any strength to fight back. "Cripple them all." Chu Tian mercilessly gave out the order. The Yin corpses released their corpse-poisoned demonic palms, falling onto the abdomen of these awakened soul cultivators, directly scattering their spirit energy. The onlookers were all shocked. No one thought it would be a one-sided result. Chu Tian ordered the 18 black-robed subordinates to attack. The Yi and Chu family experts had no strength to fight back at all. This was a one-sided situation. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Several awakened soul cultivators had been crippled. If this news were to spread to Central State, it would be enough to cause an earthquake. Old dog Yi Xiong. Chu Tian angrily pointed his sword at Yi Xiong. "The trash you invited really can't withstand a single blow. It's time for us to settle our debts." Yi Xiong faced the two families' experts on the ground. He had already lost all reason. Horror, fear, as well as a trace of regret. Countless complex emotions interweaved together. He knew it was over. It was completely over. Chu Tian had brought back this many experts. How could he block them? What does relying on the strength of others count for? Yi Xiong hysterically roared. "If you're a man, then personally make a move against me if you have the skills." "Ha, ha, ha, ha. Only you, Yi Xiong, can ask for reinforcements from Central State, but I, Chu Tian, can't ask for help? What kind of fucking reasoning is this?" Chu Tian wildly laughed as he said, "However, you're right. Why would a trash like you need my guards to make a move? I'll give you this chance. Let's fight one-on-one." In front of everyone's eyes, Chu Tian fearlessly accepted Yi Xiong's challenge. Yi Xiong's body was covered in a yellow glow, turning into a yellow wolf. "Die!" His legs kicked out. The wolf's howl filled the sky. He directly charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's body was covered in a black glow as he raised the netherworld sword high up. The demon god's sword source spirit covered it and turned into a black streak of light. He did not retreat as he brazenly welcomed the attack. The yellow wolf and the black sword collided. Both sides brushed past each other. At the same time, they stopped. At this moment, it was like time had frozen. Yi Xiong's eyes popped out, and a red line appeared on his neck. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, and with a face filled with unwillingness and disbelief, he finally fell to the ground forever. This great character that had once shaken South Sky City had died in the hands of a youth that he had never looked at before. There were no cries of alarm, no shouts, no excitement. There was only a deathly silence. What did this moment mean? No one here knew. Everyone could only feel a kind of fear in their hearts. When this youth had participated in the South Sky City Summit, he was only at the 6th body refinement layer. In just a short 20 days, he had already reached the peak of the 9th body refinement layer. He even had the strength to kill a peak, first awakened soul layer cultivator. This kind of terrifying growth speed in the spiritual energy poor Southern Xia, it was unprecedented. One slash to kill an awakened soul cultivator with a trivial body refinement realm cultivation. One slash. He had killed Yi Xiong. Chu Tian was enraged like a thunderbolt. This was the result of offending Chu Tian. This was the result of offending miracle commerce. Yi Xiong had been unparalleled in South Sky City, but in the end, he had such a sad ending. Chapter 87. While Chu Tian had shocked South Sky City by killing Yi Xiong, he did not know that in Central State City, thousands of miles away, there was also a large shock because of him. Central State City, the Yun family's mansion. A white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Faint lightning flashed around his body, interweaving into complex and profound runes. Condense. The white-robed old man formed a few seals with his hands, and his whole body was enveloped in a vast and powerful divine might. The lightning runes arranged themselves according to some kind of order of the world, and gradually formed a cultivation technique that was full of profound meaning. They connected with each other and shone brilliantly. 10%, 20%, more and more runes condensed, and the entire chapter was completed. An incomparably powerful divine might seem to break through the roof and reach the clouds, merging with the world. A mistake appeared in a certain part, and the lightning rune chapter that was about to be completed suddenly exploded. Failure. Another failure. The old man was affected, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He revealed a look of disappointment and helplessness. This old man was not a simple person. From the rich people of Central State to the beggars, everyone respected his name. He was the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Tianhe. Even for a high-level awakened soul cultivator, being close to 100 years old was a very old age. Their cultivation base would gradually weaken, and they would not return to their peak. They should have gradually retired and no longer cared about the family. But as the pillar of the Yun family, or even the only pillar, Yun Tianhe did not have this kind of good fortune. The Yun family was one of the 4 great families of Central State. They were famous and powerful, being respected by tens of thousands of people. The Yun sect had countless students. They had a very strong influence and could be considered a top school in Southern Xia. Only a few people knew. This seemingly prosperous Yun family had already fallen into a large crisis. The entire Yun family was facing the cruel fate of being swallowed up and destroyed. The root of this crisis was because the Yun family's talents were quickly withering. The Ye family, the Luo family, the family heads were all in their prime. The Ye family's Prince Tianlang and the Luo family's young Master Longshe were all rare geniuses. The Chu family was even more terrifying. The head of the Chu family, Chu Shanhe, was a genius of his generation. At the age of 40, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Central Prefecture. The swordsmen of the Chu family were known as the strongest force in the Central Prefecture. The Heavenly Sword Young Master, Chu Xinghe, was the head of the 4 young masters. He looked down on the entire Central Prefecture. His style was peerless and dazzling, making it difficult for people to look up to him. What about the Yun family? Yun Tianhe was almost 100 years old. After Yun Tianhe, in the next 40 to 50 years, there was no one that could carry the family flag. The Yun family's second generation was completely cut off. Yun Yao, the third generation of the Yun family, was barely the last of the four young masters. Compared to the other three young masters, she was not even on the same level. If it weren't for the Yun family status, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand side by side with the other three. The family was in danger. This was a grave family crisis. The Yun family was short of manpower, and it was only a matter of time before they declined. How many generations of the Yun family had built the Yun sect? The Yun sect was not a normal sect. It did not have any restrictions on its members. It was only a large academic alliance. The Yun family had a large influence, so there were countless scholars that came to join them. If the Yun family declined, would those people still come to the Yun sect? If the Yun family was strong, then the Yun sect was strong. If the Yun family was weak, then the Yun sect was weak. If the Yun family was destroyed, then the Yun sect was destroyed. The Yun family had built the Yun sect for several generations, so it was closely linked to the Yun family's fate. The rumors had been spreading more and more over the past 2 years. Under the secret instigation of the three families, there were more and more voices slandering the Yun family, causing quite a bit of impact on the Yun sect. If they didn't think of a way, then something big would happen. Yun Tianhe thought that even if Yun Yao couldn't compare to the stunning Chu Xinghe, she wouldn't be inferior to the Dragon Lion Young Master or Prince Tianlang. The reason she couldn't break through her bottleneck was because there was a problem with the Yun family's cultivation technique. The Yun family's cultivation technique focused on destructive power, but in fact it was killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The cultivation technique was too overbearing, and it stole the body's origin energy, causing one's cultivation speed to slow down. This was also the reason why the Yun family had not produced any experts in the past few decades. Change. They had to change. The Yun family's cultivation technique's flaw was the root of this crisis. Yun Tianhe was the manager of the Yun sect and the vice principal of the Central State Academy. Not only was he very knowledgeable, he was also proficient in hundreds of cultivation techniques. It was reasonable to say that improving a cultivation technique was not a difficult matter. Who would have thought that after 5 years, he would still not succeed? The Yun family's Lightning Blitz secret art was a top-grade cultivation technique in southern Xia. It had been optimized by several generations of the Yun family, so it was hard to change it now. AI, could it be that the heavens really want my Yun family to die? Yun Tianhe gave a long sigh. He leaned on his walking stick and slowly walked away. It was time to go into closed-door cultivation. Patriarch, after going into closed-door cultivation, you haven't taken a single drop of water in 7 days. You are very old, so you must take care of your body. Several Yun family members quickly came forward. When they saw the patriarch's expression, they all understood. Had they really failed again? Yun Tianhe could not fall. Once Yun Tianhe fell, the Yun family would immediately decline. Yun Tianhe shook his head to show that he was fine. Where's Yun Yao? Several people had strange expressions. Patriarch, the young miss went to the auction and bought an ancient tomb token. I heard that it can open a ruin, so... What? She went to the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. We can't stop her, and you're in closed-door cultivation. This girl always does things her own way. When did she ever think of the big picture? Yun Tianhe's body began to tremble. Is the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb something she can go to? The 10,000 corpse ancient tomb was one of the more famous ruins in Central State. The four families all knew about the existence of the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, but no one participated. Why? First of all, obtaining an ancient tomb token required luck and a brothel, but the main reason was that the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb was a ruin with a restriction. Even if Yun Tianhe entered the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, his cultivation base would still be suppressed. In this kind of situation, it was very dangerous. If several rogue cultivators from the outside world joined together, they would have the ability to kill him. The opposing families could also send out assassins and pay a low price to kill him in the ancient tomb. If they made a single mistake, they would fall. The treasures in the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb were mysterious and attractive, but for the four families, they could only add flowers to brocade and would not be able to make a big difference. There were ruins and secret realms everywhere. So why did they have to go to the dangerous 10,000 corpse ancient tomb? Yun Yao had secretly run away. Wasn't this asking for Yun Tianhe's life? The Yun family had already been seriously cut off. Yun Yao had a pure thunder source spirit, and the family had high hopes for her. If she were to fall in the ancient tomb, the Yun family would be finished. Yun Tianhe suddenly had a feeling of being disheartened, blindly brave, not caring about the big picture. This was not the quality of a large family's leader. What use would it be if Yun Yao became the family head in the future? The Yun family would truly decline. Yun Tianhe's cane heavily hit the ground. Quickly gather the Yun sect. I'll personally go to the Yin Corpse Valley and bring Yun Yao back. Yun Yao was very competitive. This was what worried Yun Tianhe the most. She did not have any experience in the Jianghu. How could she fight against those rogue cultivators? At this time, a roar came from the sky, and a purple figure fell from the sky. No need to look for me. I'm already back. Yun Yao looked at the people around her. I have something to say. All of you leave for me. Yes, young miss. The people quickly left. Yun Yao knew her grandfather's temper. He would definitely want to teach her a lesson. So without saying another word, lightning gathered in her palms, and with the power of a thunderbolt, she charged at Yun Tianhe. Grandfather, watch this move. Overestimating yourself. Yun Tianhe never thought that his granddaughter would dare challenge him. He casually sent out a palm, taking this chance to make her suffer a bit. Hung. Lightning shot out in all directions. A wild strength attacked. Yun Tianhe was forced back several steps. I clearly used strength close to the fourth awakened soul layer. How could I still be forced back by her? At this moment, a long-lost feeling of excitement filled his heart. Yun Tianhe said with a look of disbelief, You broke through. Take a look at what this is. Yun Yao took out a blue and purple bead and filled it with an incomparable amount of energy. Suddenly, a giant thunder spear shot out at Yun Tianhe standing in front of her. Such a strong strength. When Yun Yao used this bead to attack, it was at least several times stronger. Yun Tianhe was once again shocked. The thunder spirit bead. How did you get your hands on it? This was simply incredible. Yun Yao had gone out for a few days, and not only had she broken through, she had also obtained the treasure thunder spirit bead. Yun Yao was at the fourth awakened soul layer and had the powerful thunder spirit bead. This was enough for her to catch up to the other three young masters and become a true super genius. Yun Tianhe suspected that he was dreaming. What did you experience in these past few days? Yun Yao gave a simple recount of what had happened. She had explored the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, entered the Nether Palace, charged through the 10,000 coffin wall, and even entered the Corpse King Palace. She had killed the Ghost King, fought Yang Kuan, and even met the Corpse King. Any part of the process had a high chance of dying. Actually, if Yun Yao had not met that mysterious youth, she would have died several times already. Yun Tianhe was very shocked. When did such a monstrous youth appear in Central State? How did your cultivation base suddenly increase? That's because Lu Ren helped me change my cultivation technique. Yun Yao revealed a proud look. I followed his modified cultivation technique, and the blocked areas were instantly cleared, so naturally I broke through the bottleneck. What? Yun Tianhe's old heart almost jumped out of his chest. You can't make this kind of joke. Do you think changing cultivation techniques is child's play? If you make a single mistake, you'll accept your fate. What kind of person was Yun Tianhe? He was one of the top cultivation masters in Central State. Yun Tianhe had spent an entire 5 years trying to change his cultivation technique. So how could a mysterious youth change it? Wasn't this just messing around? Yun Yao gave a confident smile and said, "If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you." Yun Tianhe concentrated and stared at Yun Yao's cultivation technique. His eyes went from doubt, shock, obsession, and fanaticism. His heart began to beat faster and faster. It was as if his chest was about to explode. How was this an improvement? This was simply a rebirth. This was a completely new cultivation technique. If the lightning blitz secret art was a high-grade cultivation technique, then the current lightning blitz secret art was a top-grade cultivation technique. At least in southern Xia, this was a top-grade cultivation technique. It was not inferior to the Nangong family's Burning the Heaven art or the Eastern Royal family's Grand Spirit secret art. The Lightning Blitz secret art was comparable to the 3 inherited cultivation techniques of the Empire. What did this mean? No one was clearer on this than Yun Tianhe. The heavens are favoring my Yun family. The heavens are favoring my Yun sect. Yun Tianhe's old tears flowed down as he looked up into the sky and said, "My clan will not perish." Then the question was, who is this Lu Ren? Chapter 88. Lu Ren? Passerby. What kind of strange name was this? It was a completely unrelated passerby who had saved Yun Yao several times and helped the Yun family improve their cultivation technique for free. He had unintentionally saved the Yun family twice. How could Yun Tianhe not be grateful to him? The most terrifying thing was that from Yun Yao's description, this so-called passerby was just a little brat that was not even 18 years old. A little brat that was not even 18 years old had charged into the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb alone and saved Yun Yao's life from the hands of the terrifying Corpse King. In order to save Yun Yao, he did not hesitate to use an incomparably precious good fortune pill. What kind of generous method was this? The good fortune pill was a life-saving medicine for high-level awakened soul cultivators. They would not use it unless it was a critical moment, but this passerby treated it like candy. What was he thinking? Yun Tianhe quickly asked, "Did you bring him to Central State? I must personally meet him. Not only is he your benefactor, he is also the benefactor of our Central State Yun family." Central State Academy's vice principal, the Yun sect master. How many people in Central State City dreamed of having a relationship with him? How many scholars in southern Xia were willing to go bankrupt just to get a bit of advice from him? At this moment, this kind of character actually wanted to personally meet a nameless brat. Yun Yao let out a sigh and said, "This person's personality is very strange. His actions are completely based on his mood. Even when he taught me how to improve my cultivation technique, he did it on a whim. For a person like him, how could I keep him? On a whim? Truly comparing oneself to others was infuriating. The matter that Yun Tianhe couldn't do for 5 years was done on a whim by this brat. On a whim, he saved the entire Yun family. Yun Tianhe anxiously said, "He saved you and taught you cultivation technique. So your relationship must be very good. Is he interested in you? You should know his contact information, right? Where does he live?" "Grandfather." Yun Yao's face turned red. "You've misunderstood. I already said that this person's actions cannot be measured with common sense. Not only is our relationship not good, we also have a grudge. Grudge. I offended him. Yun Yao had no choice but to tell him everything that had happened before they entered the ancient tomb, as well as how she had tried to kidnap him and use him as bait. God! Yun Tianhe was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He angrily roared out, "What did you do? How could you be so disrespectful to such a prodigy? Misfortune befell the family. Our family is so unfortunate." Yun Yao glared at her and said, unconvinced, "Who knew he was a genius? It wasn't written on his face. Moreover, he looks so good that I can't even remember what he looks like now. This kind of person is just like a country bumpkin, no matter how I look at him." Yun Tianhe's face filled with disappointment. As the saying goes, a cocoon will eventually bind itself. For Yun Yao to develop such a temper, it was all because of the Yun family's lack of discipline. Bullying the weak, and finally offending such an unprecedented genius. What Yun Tianhe admired the most was that this Lu Ren did not hold a grudge at all. Perhaps it was as easy as lifting a hand for him, but to the Yun family it was a large gift. Indifferent to fame and fortune, free and unrestrained, this was the style of a true expert. Yun Tianhe secretly swore that no matter what price he had to pay, no matter how much effort he had to put in, he would definitely find this person. When Yun Tianhe was prepared to ask, a housekeeper quickly rushed in. "Master, there's a letter." "I won't read it." Yun Tianhe's emotions were fluctuating. How could he be in the mood to read it? He impatiently waved his hand. "Withdraw." The housekeeper's head was covered in sweat as he said, "But this letter is from the Carefree Valley." Yun Tianhe knit his brows. He took the letter and looked at it. His expression instantly changed as he quickly said to Yun Yao, "I need to go out for a bit. You can go rest first. You must keep everything that happened in the past few days a secret. No one else can know about it." After Yun Tianhe gave his instructions, he sat in the carriage. Leaving the Yun manor, they arrived at a secluded valley several miles away. The outside of this valley was very ordinary, but once they entered the valley, there were strange waterfalls, hundreds of flowers in full bloom, and elixirs growing all over the ground. There were all kinds of rare birds and beasts everywhere. Yun Tianhe did not have time to look around as he walked straight to the center of the valley. Standing in front of a thatched cottage, he respectfully bowed. "This old man, Yun Tianhe, greets the Marquis. Old Yun does not need to be so formal. Please come in." From the thatched cottage came a free and easy man's voice. A strong man came forward and respectfully and excitedly looked at Yun Tianhe. "This one is Xiang Hu. I am the Marquis, new student. I ask Principal Yun to come in with me." To be accepted as a disciple by this man, this brat really had good fortune. The furnishings of the thatched cottage were very simple. There was a beautiful zither placed in the center, and a slovenly man with long hair and a loose robe was sitting in front of the zither. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and he had the aura of an elegant gentleman that was as indifferent as the wind. Yun Tianhe respectfully sat down. "The Marquis is in such a hurry to see me. Could it be—" "Of course it's for Dai." The Marquis gave a gentle smile. "What are you still hiding for? Quickly come out and greet old Yun." A colorful clothed woman came out. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her skin was like snow, and her beautiful face was covered with a veil. There was a kind of dreamy beauty to her, making people feel amazed. "Feng Kaidai greets old Yun." That quiet and gentle voice was like the fragrance of orchids in an empty valley, making people feel comfortable. Yun Tianhe stroked his snow-white beard. "This old man really envies the Marquis. Kai Dai is becoming more and more beautiful every year. Only AI." Yun Tianhe suddenly gave a sigh. Everyone in Central State City knew Feng Kai-dai had a blocked meridian body, so she could not cultivate. This was an almost unsolvable problem. Even if Yun Tianhe was knowledgeable, he could not do anything about it. He did not know why the Marquis had invited him here today. The Marquis took out a scroll of parchment. Recently, Kai-dai went to the black market and met a mysterious expert who left a recipe for dye. Old Yun, please take a look. Yun Tianhe took the recipe and looked over it. See, Yun Tianhe's eyes popped out, as if his eyeballs were about to fall out. An unprecedented method. Wonderful. It really is wonderful. The Marquis seemed to be shocked. Old Yun's meaning is that this method will really work. Yun Tianhe's face turned red as he said, with this old man's experience, the chances of success are very high. We can give it a try, and even if we fail, this method will not harm the body at all. Only, it requires a main material that is not easy to find in southern Xia. Is Old Yun talking about the blood marrow mushroom? Feng Kai-dai took out a crystal medicine jar. He already gave this to me before he left. Yun Tianhe's pupils suddenly shrank. In southern Xia, how could this material be found? Young Miss Kai-dai, please forgive this old man, but who is this expert? Feng Kai-dai revealed a thought-provoking smile. Old Yun has already guessed it, right? He's Lu Run? Of course Yun Tianhe had guessed it, but he didn't believe it at the time. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? That's right. It's this passerby. Yun Tianhe's mind turned blank. Why was it him again? Not only did this brat help Yun Yao solve the problem with her cultivation technique, he also helped Feng Kai-dai solve the problem with her physique. Was there anything in this world that he couldn't do? The middle-aged man was very surprised. What? You actually know this expert? Not only do I know him, he is my family's great benefactor. Yun Tianhe gave a simple description of what had happened. The middle-aged man revealed a look of surprise. Could there be someone in Central State that is more knowledgeable than old Yun? Yun Tianhe gave a bitter laugh. This old man has always been knowledgeable, but today it seems like I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. From his daughter's description, the middle-aged man had already developed a bit of interest in this strange person. Lu Run, passerby? This name was most likely an alias. Perhaps even his appearance had been specially disguised. After all, even his daughter Kai-dai knew how to change her appearance. How could this kind of person not know how to use it? From the information his daughter brought back, this person was around 17 to 18 years old. He had an arrogant personality, was free and unrestrained, had a netherworld sword, and raised a white fox as a pet. Although there was not much information, it should be enough to find a person, at least with his power and influence. There was no problem. If he could really cure his daughter, then he would owe him a great favor. Let's begin. Yun Tianhe and the middle-aged man immediately gathered the medicine and began to treat Feng Kai-dai according to the method. One day later, in the beautiful worry-forgetting valley, there was a sudden gust of wind as an imposing aura soared into the sky. A terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and condensed into an elegant and beautiful blue wand. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Marquis. The blue Yuan source spirit can be considered an immortal grade source spirit. It is only inferior to a god level source spirit. Yun Tianhe stood at the entrance of the valley, his face filled with excitement as he congratulated the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man's calm face revealed a smile for the first time as he laughed several times towards the sky. Too great. This was really too great. He had thought that his daughter would only become a normal person, but from this moment on, her fate had been completely changed. Over the years, he had poured large amounts of cultivation and elixirs into his daughter's body, raising her strength to the 9th body refinement layer. This time, after her blocked meridians were healed, all the spirit chi in her body had been absorbed by Feng Kai Dai. This allowed Feng Katie's strength to instantly reach the second awakened soul layer. What kind of pleasant surprise was this? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Needs to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. From today onwards, the valley will be sealed. If anyone dares to approach, no matter if they are human or beast, they will be killed without mercy. That voice was filled with a powerful might. Several shadows flashed and disappeared from behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said to Yun Tianhe, "Old Yun, many thanks for your help. This is truly a great matter worth celebrating. This marquis has not been this happy in many years. Come, let's go get a drink." Yun Tianhe's heart was filled with happiness. This was not just helping this large character in front of him, making him owe him a favor. The most important reason was that the Yun family had a large harvest this time, making Yun Tianhe feel that the burden on his body had been lifted. He had not failed his mission. Even after he died, he would not be ashamed of his ancestors, even if this was all caused by an outsider. Marquis, a black-clothed man, appeared at the entrance of the valley. The middle-aged man knit his brows and asked, "What's the matter?" According to the news, there seems to be some trouble in South Sky City. The black-clothed man described the matter in a low voice. The middle-aged man was a bit stunned when he heard this. "There's something like this? Do the people in the city know?" The black-clothed man shook his head and said, "The news hasn't spread yet, so the large families don't know about it. The Chu family and the Ye family have already received the news. However, the Yi Wudao father and son have recently gone to the south to explore some ruins, so it will take at least a few days for them to return. Since the Heavenly Sword young Master Chu Xinghe is in closed-door cultivation, the Chu family shouldn't make any big movements." The middle-aged man nodded. "Since it's like this, then we won't care about it." "Yes." The black-clothed man immediately retreated. "South Sky City, the one who killed Yi Xiong, could it be?" The middle-aged man thought for a few seconds before suddenly thinking of something. His eyes flashed and his lips curled into a faint smile. "Come, let's drink, let's drink." Chapter 89. Yi Xiong had been killed. Several elders had been crippled. The Ye family in South Sky City had suffered a heavy defeat. The strength of Chu Tian's side had exceeded the two families' expectations, and the two families had already paid a much higher price. Adding in the fact that the Ye family's main force was not in Central State City, they did not have the confidence to take revenge on Chu Tian. Nan Gongyi's request for help had reached Imperial City. Imperial City began to exert pressure on Central State City. The Ye family and Chu family had no choice but to temporarily stop their actions against Chu Tian. The next day, the Wolf Fong mercenaries announced their retreat. The Ye family had operated in South Sky City for over 10 years, monopolizing the mercenary business, supporting Blackwater commerce to control the talisman market, and allying with Li Changyun to control the medicine market. They had been thriving, making over 10 million gold coins in profit every year. This kind of large cake, they had no choice but to give it up. Although it wouldn't hurt the Ye family, it would still hurt them for a while. The Ye family had been domineering for many years, and the Meng family was not the only victim. The people were angry, but did not dare say anything. Now, a miraculous youth had appeared out of nowhere and fiercely slapped the Yi clan in the face. He had beaten the Yi clan to the point that they were bleeding. The citizens were all elated, and it was even more joyous than a festival. South Sky City, the mayor's palace's garden, green trees, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Beautiful maids were working on the shrubs. A gentle breeze blew across the man-made lake, causing it to ripple like a mirror. The ripples sparkled, creating a very beautiful scene. In a small pavilion in the middle of the lake, a young man was playing chess with a middle-aged man. Over 10 black-robed people were standing around them like statues. "Pa!" Chu Tian placed a chess piece. "Sir Mayor, you've lost again." The little fox was lazily sleeping on his shoulder, using its little claws to yawn. Nangong Yi looked at the chessboard and was stunned for a while. Then he gave a long sigh. "Your chess style is sometimes majestic, sometimes light and elegant, sometimes firm and strong, sometimes strange and unpredictable, making it hard for people to grasp it. You want to play chess with me? Let's talk about it after living for a few hundred years." Nangong Yi put the chess piece back on the board. Life is like a game of chess. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. You need to be extremely careful. There was a hidden meaning in his words. It was hard to tell if he was sighing over Yi Xiong's fate. He had committed many unjust deeds, but he had finally received his retribution. Or was he warning Chu Tian not to mess around? Otherwise, if he made a mistake, it would be a lifelong regret. The god of fate is a chess player. The heavens and the earth are his chess pieces, and all living beings are his chess pieces. So what if he understands the chessboard? It's easy to know the heavens, but it's hard to go against them. Chu Tian tipped the chess pieces back into the chessboard and said leisurely, "As long as a person is still in the chessboard, he can't stop the chess player's manipulation unless he jumps out of the chessboard and becomes the player." Nangong Yi was slightly shocked. Chu Tian's seemingly casual words contained a deep meaning. This young man was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. He probably had a great ambition that ordinary people could not understand. What was he thinking? Jump out of the chessboard and become the player to play against fate. What a joke! Rise and fall, life and death were all determined by fate. No matter how talented you were, could you resist fate? No matter how strong a person was, they would still reach the end of their lifespan. This was something that living beings could not avoid. "Come." Chu Tian did not explain. He only excitedly said, "Next game." "I'll go first." Nangong Yi bluntly put down a chess piece while saying, "Your miracle commerce is busy. You brat wouldn't come to the city lord's mansion to play chess for no reason. Speak, what do you want?" This old fox was quite shrewd. "That's not right." Chu Tian stretched his body and said in a relaxed manner, "No matter how busy miracle commerce is, don't we have young miss and your daughter? I've just gotten rid of Yi Xiong and removed a large mental burden. My body and mind are both refreshed, and I should rest for a few days. You also know that I'm under a lot of pressure." "You're under a lot of pressure?" "I really couldn't tell. But don't think that the Ye family and Chu family are soft persimmons. You've caused them to suffer heavy losses. How could they pretend to be deaf and mute?" "Then what does the city lord think I should do?" Nangong Yi squinted at him. "You already have a plan in your heart. Why do you need to ask me for a plan?" "The city lord is really clear. I won't hide it anymore." Chu Tian bluntly said, "The city lord can barely protect me in South Sky City, but to deal with those Central State families, I need a larger family to protect me." Nangong Yi's chess piece couldn't help trembling. This brat wanted to borrow the power of the Nangong family? That's great. If they could take this chance to recruit him, it would be a great merit for the family. Nangong Yi didn't show his excitement as he steadily placed a chess piece. "You're smart. I'll recommend you to become a consecrator of the Nangong family. This position has a very high status, and you'll receive a large amount of resources every month. You'll also have a certain amount of authority to transfer the family's resources. Consider it a bargain for you. A consecrator of the Nangong family. How many people dream of it? Sir City Lord, are you trying to trick me?" Chu Tian didn't appreciate it at all and placed a chess piece This consecrator position is glorious, but it's completely branded with the seal of the Nangong family. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to leave in the future. You don't know what's good for you. What else do you want? The corner of Nangong Yi's eye twitched as he forcefully placed a chess piece. The Nangong family is one of the 3 great families of the kingdom, the inheritors of the Phoenix's bloodline. Could it be that they can't accept a great god like you? What kind of family is this? Your broken family wants to tie me up? Actually, when Chu Tian was in the black market, he had already prepared for this. Why did he want to help Yun Yao change her cultivation technique? Did he really think that Chu Tian had nothing better to do? This was completely after understanding the nature of the Yun family. Chu Tian took the initiative to make a move. His goal was to make the Yun family owe him a large favor, so that he could use it at a critical moment. Giving Kai Dai a treatment plan was also considered in this aspect. Kai Dai was definitely not her full name. Chu Tian didn't know what Kai Dai's surname was or what family she was born in. But from her performance, even if she wasn't from one of the 4 great families, she wouldn't be from a normal power. A stable relationship, a speculative investment, to Chu Tian was already enough. Now fishing for a relationship with the Nangong family was just icing on the cake. You also know that I, Chu Tian, have a violent personality. I don't like being disciplined by others. If I don't agree with a single word, I will beat people up, and even if I don't kill them, I will cripple them. In order to not cause trouble for the Nangong family, I will remove the position of consecrator. Chu Tian placed a chess piece. Me, the young miss, and Ying, we want a guest official position. Are you sure you want to be a guest official? Nangong Yi was a little unwilling as he said, a guest official does not have any power or resources. It is basically an honorary title, although a guest official will receive the protection of the Nangong family. It is not easy to become a guest official. You must fulfill 3 basic requirements. What requirements? Tell me. First, you must at least be in the awakened soul realm. This is easy. Second, you must make a contribution to the Nangong family. This is easy. Third, you must have an elder-level character as a guarantee. I'll have to trouble Sir Mayor for this. When Nangong Yi heard this, he could only helplessly accept it. He knew that he could not force Chu Tian. A guest official was a guest official. At least he was a member of the Nangong family. With Chu Tian's wild and unruly nature, it was not possible to lock him down. The awakened soul realm is not a difficult matter for us. When Chu Tian said this, he took out a thick scroll from his chest. I ask Sir Mayor to accept this. When Nangong Yi saw this, he could not help but be excited. I have carefully studied it and concluded that it is a secret technique that can assist in cultivating one's spirit. It is all written on this scroll. Chu Tian said this. I think this should be considered a contribution to the Nangong family. Yes. Of course it counts. Nangong Yi was overjoyed. He could not wait to read it. Actually, there was not much content, only a few thousand words. Every word was like a gem. Every sentence was like gold, concise and to the point, hiding the truth. Nangong Yi's eyebrows wrinkled a little, then gradually relaxed. His eyes flashed with joy. He suddenly put away the scroll and gave 3 loud laughs. Good. This is a secret technique that has never been seen before. With this as a stepping stone, you will definitely become a guest official. There was no need to test it out. Nangong Yi only looked at it once and could already feel the profoundness of it. It was only a few thousand words, but it was definitely a priceless existence. Nangong Yi believed that he would be able to cultivate his divine sense. At least reaching the hyperfocus realm was no longer a dream. Nangong Yi carefully hid the scroll as if it was a treasure. This mayor's wish of many years can finally be fulfilled. The family elders should be here in a few days. I will think of a way to mediate for you. First, we will reserve a guest official position for the Nangong family. As long as you become an awakened soul cultivator, you will immediately become an official guest official. Only the elders of the Nangong family had the qualifications to accept a guest official. Nangong Yi was currently only a high-level deacon, because the elders of the Nangong family, even the weakest, was at the fourth awakened soul layer. Nangong Yi was at the peak of the triple awakened soul, so he could not become an elder. He did not have the qualifications to accept a guest official, so he could only wait for the family elders to come to South Sky City and help Chu Tian solve this problem. Chu Tian was relieved. As long as he had the glory of the Nangong family, the Ye family, Chu family, and Luo family would not dare to openly deal with him. These three families were all large families in Central State. They were used to being overbearing and unreasonable. How could they tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes? Chu Tian had fiercely beaten them, whether it was for honor, face, or to vent his anger. It was impossible for him to stop. Like a wild rhino that had lost control, it was already beyond his control. Chu Tian's actions were getting bigger and bigger. He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. But after experiencing Yingying's injury, Chu Tian had already realized that he needed to find a backer. At least he could protect Meng Yingying and Meng Qinggu, letting Chu Tian have less worries. The matter of the Nangong family guest official, it was decided for now. Pa, Mayor, you've lost again. Chu Tian put down another chess piece. I'm tired of playing. I should go back now. Sir Mayor, farewell. The mayor looked at the chessboard in a daze. How was this brat looking for someone to play chess with? The chess skills of the two sides were not even on the same level. Chu Tian had come to the mayor's palace to ask for the Nangong family guest official status from the very beginning. Wait. Nangong Yi called out. Chu Tian turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Nangong Yi revealed an embarrassed expression. "I'll help you with something. Can you help me with a small matter?" Chu Tian saw Nangong Yi's expression and could already guess what was going on. "Is it related to young Miss Nangong?" "That's right," Nangong Yi said in a very troubled voice. Yun has been specially recruited by Central State Academy for a while, but she is still not willing to go to Central State. This girl has never listened to me. I'm afraid only you can persuade her in South Sky City. Do you think? Chu Tian rubbed his chin in deep thought. Nangong Yi continued to say, "I won't hide it from you. There is a high-level member of Central State Academy that has a relationship with the Nangong family. She will receive special care in Central State Academy and will receive more resources, which is very important to her growth. So, no matter what, we have to let her study for a while." Nangong Yi's face was filled with depression. Being a father was not easy. Whoever had this kind of daughter would lose 50 years of their life. "I understand. Leave it to me." Chu Tian had his own plans. Since it was like this, he would help. Nangong Yi reminded him, "This girl is very rebellious. You can't force her. Otherwise, she will resist, and this matter will be even more difficult." "What's so difficult about this?" Chu Tian gave a yawn. "In at most a day or two, Nangong Yun will not only take the initiative to go to Central State, she will also be in high spirits. At that time, even if you take 10 horses to pull her, she still won't come back." Nangong Yi was speechless. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and you dare to randomly brag. Nangong Yun's personality is even worse than yours." Chapter 90. Chu Tian came back to treat everyone to a meal. Meng Qinggu was busy organizing the company, and Meng Yingying was meditating in her room. The two sisters did not come, but Zhang Liqing, Xiong Tianyan, and Nangong Yun came. Nangong Yun walked over as soon as she saw them. She put her arm around Chu Tian's shoulder and shouted, "Boss, you really are lucky. You just went out for a stroll, and you've made a fortune. Congratulations. You've brought face to our company. You're too kind, but you're in the limelight. Us, employees, have been guarding Miracle Commerce. We haven't had a good day these past few days. Of course, I won't forget your contributions. This time there was a fire in their backyard, but Miracle Commerce's foundation was not damaged. It was all because of these people, so they couldn't be stingy. If there were benefits, everyone should share them. Old Zhang, I've brought you a gift. Chu Tian heroically took out a ginseng. Black jade purple patterned ginseng purifies the body's impurities and also increases your lifespan. You're an old man and there's poison in your body. It can help you live for another 10 years. Zhang Liqing's beard trembled. This was too precious. Zhang Liqing had heard of this before. It had appeared in the Central State auction and was worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, it could only be found and not sought. Even if you had the money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Chu Tian gave a golden red lotus to Xiong Tianyan, 1,000-year lava lotus. You've just broken through to the awakened soul realm. This can consolidate your strength and allow your cultivation base to take a step forward. In addition, it can increase your sensitivity and resistance to fire. It will be a great help in alchemy. Xiong Tianyan was also shocked. 1,000-year elixir. Where did Chu Tian get this from? He had seen generous people, but he had never seen someone this generous. He casually took out 2 things that were worth an awakened soul cultivator's life. What kind of heroic spirit was this? What kind of generosity was this? This was simply a squandering action. Nan Gongyan had only casually said it. She never thought that Chu Tian would really use it. She anxiously said, "What about me? What about me? What good stuff did you prepare for me? Nangong, you don't lack anything. Why would you need anything?" Nangong Yun's cultivation talent was the best among all of them. The others tried every possible way to break through, but Nangong Yun kept suppressing her cultivation. "You have a point." Nangong Yun rubbed her sharp chin. She wasn't a person who would suffer a loss. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the little fox on Chu Tian's shoulder. This little animal is very cute. How about you give it to me to play with for 2 days?" Hiss! The little fox immediately stood up and shook its fur majestically like an angry lion. The pair of sparkling eyes were extremely dissatisfied, and it waved its little claws at Nangong Yun, expressing its strong protest. Ouch! The little fellow could actually understand human language, and he has quite a temper. Nangong Yun's eyes lit up. "I like it. I really like it. Lend it to me for 2 days." Zhang Liqing and Xiong Tianyan were dumbfounded. Zhang Liqing said in shock, "How can there be such a spiritual magical beast in this world?" Zhang Liqing did not know. This was not just a spiritual beast that understood human nature. It was a spiritual beast that had just been born. A spiritual beast that had just been born with this kind of intelligence. This was simply an incredible existence. Moreover, it had been in the Corpse King's stomach for at least 10,000 years. Even with Chu Tian's knowledge, he still couldn't guess what this thing was. "I want to give this little fox to you, but the cost of raising this fellow is too high. If you want to raise it with your family's wealth, it won't be enough even if you go bankrupt." Chu Tian said with a helpless expression. This fox's food expenses were too high. The little fox was not ashamed, but rather proud as it gave a snort. "I don't care." Nangong Yun immediately said, "Everyone has a gift. I also want a gift." Chu Tian had no way to deal with the witch, but he was prepared. He took out a small booklet from his chest. "This cultivation technique is something I obtained by accident. Perhaps it will help you." Cultivation technique. Can it be better than the Nangong family's burning the heaven art? What does the burning the heaven art count for? Chu Tian said, This is called the Great Nirvana Scripture. If it didn't have a high compatibility with your source spirit, I wouldn't have taken it out. This cultivation technique was also brought back from 30,000 years in the future. But it wasn't from 30,000 years in the future. This cultivation technique should have come from the great ancient era. After being improved by later generations, it finally became a super strong cultivation technique. Chu Tian did not bring back many cultivation techniques, but this great Nirvana scripture was one of the strongest. It was not inferior to the starlight immortal body. Of course, it was much harder to cultivate. With Nangong Yun's current situation, it was impossible for her to cultivate it, but giving it to her early and letting her comprehend it, it would be beneficial to all aspects. Memorize it and burn it. You can't pass this cultivation technique to anyone else. All right, understood. Thank you, Sir Chairman. Nangong Yun excitedly threw herself at Chu Tian and gave him a big bear hug, like this. Everyone was even more curious. What did they experience in the Yin Corpse Valley? Chu Tian told everyone about his experience in the Yin Corpse Valley. These are 18 ancient tomb Yin corpses. Zhang Liqing revealed a look of disbelief as he stared at the 18 black-robed people standing at the door. I've never heard of Yin corpses being refined into weapons. This is truly an unheard of technique. Chu Tian gave a disdainful snort. It's not hard at all. Just use a few methods to refine the brutal will, leaving behind an empty shell and strength. This is the so-called corpse soldier. Xiong Tianyan had a face of regret. If we could bring out a corpse monster, what would the Ye family and Chu family be afraid of? Yin corpses had to be refined to become corpse soldiers. The corpse monsters that Chu Tian met in the floating coffin array were all naturally formed. This kind of corpse monster had not been refined, so there was no way to control them. Moreover, the corpse monsters were too strong, and Chu Tian was still too weak. Even with the soul-controlling bell, it was still hard to control. Nangong Yun's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Such an interesting adventure. You actually didn't bring this old lady along. Otherwise, with this old lady's skills in the ancient tomb, I would have been able to beat 10 of them. Chu Tian believed these words. The witch's strength was not just for show. The god, level source spirit, the blazing phoenix's destructive power was shocking. Not to mention, Nangong Yun had already cultivated the starlight immortal body. It could be said that she had both offense and defense. Yun Yao, the bronze-masked old man. These people with high cultivation bases would not be Nangong Yun's match in the ancient tomb. But this couldn't be blamed on Chu Tian. After all, the ancient tomb ruins was an unexpected adventure. The gifts had been given out. Now, it was time to talk about business. Everyone returned to their seats. Chu Tian opened his mouth to ask, "Everyone tell me about the company's recent situation." Relax, with me personally overseeing it. The restaurant has not been affected too much. Ever since we opened, our income has been stable, with a daily net profit of 20 to 30,000 gold coins. Wouldn't the lowest monthly profit be 600,000? This was truly a great achievement. There are 200,000 cultivators in South Sky City. A single-source energy restaurant can't satisfy them. Nangong Yun proudly said, "We'll increase the number of branches and eat the entire South Sky City. Earning several million a month won't be a difficult matter." Not bad at all. This was simply a money tree. Chu Tian then asked, "How is Southern Cloud Commerce doing?" Xiong Tianyan gave a bright smile. "Relax, with Miss Meng personally managing everything. I've also carefully selected a group of reliable alchemists to join the company. Through various channels, we've begun stockpiling ingredients and refining pills day and night, preparing to open at any time." Xiong Tianyan took out a pill. "Look at this. This is a qi refining pill." "That's right. It's a qi refining pill refined by Master. We've already refined over 100 of them. I guarantee it will shake the entire city and we'll make a huge profit. Zhang Liqing said. The talisman store situation is similar. There are several new types of talismans in stock. As long as they're on the market, we'll be able to grab quite a bit of market share. The Ye family had suffered a heavy setback, South Sky City's talisman, and Pill Market was currently facing a lack of supply. Southern Cloud Commerce's strong intervention at this time, they would definitely be able to obtain the best results. The Chu family and the Ye family's revenge was fierce. However, Chu Tian made it back in time. Miracle Commerce didn't suffer too much damage. Meng Qinggu had secretly stockpiled a large amount of crude oil in preparation for the mass production of batteries. The electric lamps had already been mass-produced. As long as the company stabilized, they would immediately start selling them on the market. Chu Tian was very satisfied with the company's results. This time he had risked his life to earn a large amount of money, but to spend this money, wasn't it just a matter of minutes? Chu Tian had to plan a money tree to provide a strong backing for the high cost of cultivation. This way he wouldn't have any worries. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. South Sky City's situation is settled. We should consider entering Zhong State City. Zhong State City? That's an incredible place. South Sky City was only a normal city. Zhong State was a large city with a population of 8 to 9 million people. It was the most abundant place in the province. Whether it was heavenly treasures or other resources, Zhong State was first class in southern Xia. Chu Tian said. Zhong State has a large population. The number of cultivators is over 1 million, 6 to 7 times that of South Sky City. And the wealth of resources is 10 times that of South Sky City. If we can take over this market, Miracle Commerce will instantly become a first-class company in the country. Nangongyan laughed. That's right. I've wanted to do this for a long time. I even mentioned it to Sister Qing Wu, but she said it wasn't the right time yet. Zhang Liqing slightly frowned. I also think it's a bit too fast. No, everything needs to be prepared. Although the main focus is still on South Sky City, it doesn't hinder us from choosing a strong vanguard. Vanguard? Chu Tian rubbed his chin, his face full of awkwardness. Not only does this person have to be a trustworthy backbone, he also needs to be strong enough, resourceful, and skilled enough to lay a good foundation for us. Who should we choose? Choose my ass. Nangongyan didn't even think about it. I'll go. Zhang Liqing was a bit worried. There are many enemies in Zhong State. If Yun Er goes alone, won't it be dangerous? Hi, what kind of danger? Nangongyan had a look of disdain. Right now, even if it's a first awakened soul layer cultivator, I wouldn't put them in my eyes. Not to mention that I can step into the awakened soul realm at any time. How could it be easy for them to deal with me? My old man has been urging me to go to Zhong State all day. If I go, I can bring an entire army with me. At that time, the entire army will be under my control. Being the vanguard is the most suitable. Nangongyan had a strong desire to show off. This was a great opportunity for her to gain merit. She was afraid that Chu Tian wouldn't agree, so she continued, the Nangong family's influence in the Zhong State military is not high, but the Zhong State Academy has the Nangong family's background. If I go to Zhong State, I can use my status as a student and use the Zhong State Academy's powerful resources. Whether it's safety or other considerations, I am the best choice. Nangongyan was already hard to deal with the status of a super genius of the Nangong family. It would dispel many people's thoughts of dealing with her. Nangong taking the initiative. How could I not support you? Chu Tian stood up and gave a toast to Nangongyan. I'll give you a toast first. I wish you a safe journey. Nangongyan drank the cup in one gulp, wiped her mouth, and said, Leave it to me. Going to Central State by yourself will require funds. Chu Tian didn't even think about it before saying, I've asked Meng Qinggu. The company has around 1 million gold coins. You can take it to fund your activities. Since they had used up a large amount of meteor grass for their cultivation, they had opened a new medicine and talisman workshop, and they had invested in a new restaurant. The company didn't have much money left. What? 1 million gold coins. Nangong Yun was moved to tears. This is too much. Is it too much? Not much. 1 million gold coins is enough to do anything in South Sky City, but if it was thrown into Central State City, it wouldn't even make a splash. Chu Tian is right. Zhang Liqing nodded his head. Central State City can't compare to South Sky City. Chu Tian continued, don't be impatient for success. Consider this money a gift from the Chamber of Commerce to subsidize the cost of the cultivation techniques materials. Also, the company is lacking people and land. So if you have the money, you can do some activities and rope in some capable and trustworthy people. This will help the company gather people and land. First, build a good foundation. Wait for us to go there. Then we'll turn them upside down. Was 1 million gold coins a lot? It all depended on the situation. For an individual, this amount of money was enough for a body refinement cultivator to live a carefree life. Even for a low-level awakened soul cultivator, this was a very large sum of money, but for a strong force or a large company, this was only a drop in the bucket. For a cultivation technique that required a lot of resources, like the Starlight Immortal Body, it was not a large sum. Chu Tian had not even entered the small success realm, but he would need to spend at least 100,000 gold coins every month. If he was like Nangong Yun, he would need to cultivate the glass body, and the cost would increase by more than 10 times. A trivial 1 million gold coins. He really couldn't do anything. Nangong Yun was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Ever since she was young, she had never received this much money, and she had never been trusted like this. At this moment, she felt a strong sense of mission. Chu Tian had given her the responsibility of being the vanguard of Central State, so she had to complete it beautifully. Nangong Yun was an impatient person. Then it's settled. I'll leave today. You guys slowly eat. I'll go back and prepare. Chu Tian did not say anything. Nangong Yun slammed the door open and ran back home in a hurry. Zhang Liqing's face revealed a loving expression. This little girl has a fiery temper. She really needs to be taught a lesson. When Nangong Yi heard this news, he felt his old heart being comforted. Could his father not do anything at all? He would sponsor his daughter's cultivation fee of 500,000 gold coins on the spot. In the evening, Nangong Yun sat in the white rhinoceros carriage, under the protection of the Nangong family guards. She bid farewell to Chu Tian and the others and left for Central State City with great fanfare. Chapter 91. Chu Tian sending Nangong Yun away was not to help Nangong, but more for the company's sake. If Miracle Commerce wanted to expand, sooner or later they would have to step into the main city. Once Nangong Yun left, Meng Yingying had one less helper, so she was very busy. Miracle Commerce's second source energy restaurant, Cloud Realm, and third restaurant, Miracle Grand Hotel, were ready to open for business. Miracle Commerce was going to lay out the medicine and talisman production, and the mayor's palace had passed the citywide street lamp construction plan. They were going to invest a lot of money in the main streets, squares, and other public places of South Sky City to install street lamps on a large scale, turning South Sky City into a city that never sleeps. Miracle Commerce was going to welcome a huge leap in development. All honor, money, power. They were all built on the foundation of strength. Otherwise, it would just be a dream. It could be taken away at any time. The Ye family, the Chu family, and the Luo family could make a comeback at any time. The three families were like a sharp knife hanging over his head. Chu Tian felt that he could not wait any longer. The awakened soul realm was a must. Not only could he increase his ability to protect himself, he could also obtain the identity of the Nangong family's guest official, giving miracle commerce another layer of protection. In these few days, Chu Tian had brought back a large amount of level 1 elixirs from the black market, refined them all into elixirs, and gave them to Meng Qingwu and her sister. This was enough to push Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying to the peak of the 9th body refinement layer. As for Chu Tian, because he had successfully broken through to the 9th body refinement layer in the black market, now that he had gone through several dangerous battles in the ancient tomb, he had used the 1,000-year Yuan essence grass several times, causing his spirit energy to increase by quite a bit. Because of this, Chu Tian simply went into closed-door cultivation for 2 days, stepping into the peak of the 9th body refinement layer. The whole process did not have any twists and turns. It was almost a matter of course. Therefore, level 1 spiritual herbs were no longer of much use to him. Chu Tian prepared over 10,000 pieces of meteor grass and began to wildly practice the Starlight Immortal Body. In this trip to the black market, the Starlight Immortal Body had saved Chu Tian's life several times. Because Chu Tian had repeatedly used it, he had become more proficient in the Starlight Immortal Body. Now, 10,000 pieces of meteor grass were smashing down. Chu Tian had finally taken a big step in the Starlight Immortal Body, reaching the small success stage. He didn't need to deliberately condense it. He could create starlight to protect his body at any time, unless it was an awakened soul realm expert. Even if he just stood there and let others attack him, as long as his spirit energy wasn't depleted, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body. His cultivation had increased. His cultivation technique had been upgraded. His strength had increased tremendously. Naked, Chu Tian stood up from the vat, stretched his arms, and nodded in satisfaction. After cultivating this technique, my physique has also improved quite a bit. Gigi. The little fox saw Chu Tian's naked body, so it used its 2 little claws to cover its eyes and let out a loud cry of protest. Fuck, you're still shy? You're a fox. Are you a female fox? The little fox's 4 paws stomped, and it instantly turned into a gray fog. When it appeared again, it had already retreated to the windowsill and was protesting in dissatisfaction. It was fine that he had abused it for so many days, but he didn't even know its gender. How could there be such an irresponsible master in this world? Chu Tian glared at it. He put on his clothes, took out a corpse core, and gently threw it over. The little fox's eyes lit up. Putam. It instantly disappeared. It caught the corpse core in the air and landed on Chu Tian's shoulder, happily gnawing on it. Chu Tian flicked its little head with his finger. I really don't know what kind of creature you are, being so picky about what you eat. You won't eat anything that isn't a treasure. The little fox raised its head and gave a light snort. A normal spirit beast wouldn't be able to eat this much, even if they wanted to. Only a super spirit beast, like this fox, has this ability. So, you don't know your good fortune. Raising this fox is your good fortune. Chu Tian was amused by the little fox's narcissism. No matter what was said, the fox's intelligence was not low, it was not inferior to a human's, and it was very intelligent. But Chu Tian still said with a serious face, Don't blame me for not telling you. There's only this little corpse core left. You'll run out of food after you eat it. The little fox was not in a hurry. With a put-ong sound, it turned into a fog and disappeared. Chu Tian felt the weight on his waist lighten. The little fox appeared on the windowsill, holding a heavy bag. Its sparkling eyes narrowed, and it gently threw the bag in the air, making the sound of source stones hitting each other. Its little claws scooped. Pung! Several pieces of low-grade source stones fell onto the table. The little fox stepped on the shiny source stones, and first used its little claws to point at the source stones before pointing at its own mouth. It had a calm appearance, as if it was confidently saying, Don't you have money? If you run out of food, then buy it for me. You dare steal my money? Chu Tian's nose went crooked from his anger. Do you really think I'm an orphanage owner? Let me tell you, you better be of some use to me. Otherwise, Sir Chu Tian won't raise a useless pet. The little fox was too lazy to bother with him. It turned its head and pointed but at him, waving its furry tail to show its disdainful attitude. What was this fellow? It was as smart as a ghost. Chu Tian shook his head and picked up the netherworld sword. He walked into the yard and began to slowly dance with the sword. Chu Tian's defense was already strong enough, but his attack power was still lacking. The netherworld flame sword was a very strong sword art. If he could practice it to the small success realm, Chu Tian was confident that he could double his strength. But after practicing the sword art 4 or 5 times, he still couldn't find the feeling. There was always something missing in the sword art. What was missing? While Chu Tian was deep in thought, the little snow-white fox was sitting on the windowsill. Its sparkling eyes revealed a look of ridicule as it let out a zhi sound, as if it was laughing at Chu Tian's stupidity. Damn fox, you dare laugh at me? It was unknown when the little fox had grabbed a small blue and white bead in its 2 claws. It forcefully threw it at Chu Tian in the yard. Don't look at it, just because it was the size of a fist. Its strength was not small at all. The blue and white bead was like a meteor as it flew in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian reached out his hand and saw that it was the netherworld ghost flame seed. He instantly understood the little fox's meaning. To practice the netherworld flame sword, just the sword art and the netherworld sword were not enough. The netherworld ghost flame was the key to the sword art. The little fox felt like it had done a big service. With a so sound, it quickly jumped onto Chu Tian's shoulder and stretched out a small claw. You should eat a bit more. With the way you eat, I can't afford to raise you. The little fox used its claw to hold the corpse core and disappeared in a flash. Right at this time, suddenly a faint pressure came from the young Miss Room. Chu Tian revealed a look of joy. With his help, Meng Qingwu had taken several pills over the past few days and had finally broken through. A mysterious and profound power filled the air. This was the aura of a source spirit appearing. A source spirit was born. Chu Tian was filled with joy. He immediately ran to the young Miss Room to understand the situation. Meng Qingwu had just finished her cultivation. She had successfully broken through to the 9th body refinement layer and had given birth to a source spirit. But what was strange was that her source spirit was a thick book. Using a book as a source spirit, it was very rare even in the future. Chu Tian asked Meng Qingwu, "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Meng Qingwu had a blank look as she shook her head. "There's no change." Chu Tian asked again, "Do you feel that some aspect of your strength has increased?" Meng Qingwu still shook her head. If she had awakened a sword source spirit and could increase the power of her sword, then what did a book source spirit count for? She couldn't use a book to fight. Meng Qingwu could feel that this source spirit did not increase her strength at all. This made Meng Qingwu feel very disappointed. She only felt that it was a waste spirit. There was no value in fighting. Having a source spirit was the same as not having a source spirit. If this wasn't a waste source spirit, then what else could it be? No, any source spirit has a reason to exist. Your source spirit is definitely not a waste source spirit. Chu Tian carefully recalled and suddenly thought of a person. Could it be? While Meng Qingwu was in a daze, Chu Tian wrote a large piece of crooked text on a piece of paper. Then he spread it out for Meng Qingwu to see. "Read these words. Chu Tian, I love you. Pay." As soon as Meng Qingwu finished reading, she found that something was wrong. Her dignified and beautiful face blushed red, and her beautiful eyes popped out as she angrily said, You dare tease me? I'm not teasing you. Chu Tian suppressed his anger. Look carefully again. Meng Qingwu looked at the words on the paper and was stunned. What kind of words are these? I've never seen these words before. Strange. How can I understand their meaning? Of course you've never seen them before. Chu Tian crumpled the paper into a ball. This is the ancient High Elves' language. Meng Qingwu felt this was even more inconceivable. Ancient Elven language. How could she read it? Chu Tian continued. The words you just blurted out were also ancient Elven language, not the continent's language that we use. Meng Qingwu carefully thought about it. The words she just blurted out were indeed not a normal language. It was a strange language that even she felt was strange, but she could still speak it, as if it was engraved in her soul. It was like a reflection. A book source spirit is a very special source spirit. It contains many ancient memories. As the source spirit becomes stronger, more ancient memories will be awakened. Your source spirit will not give you any power, but it will give you something that countless sages dream of. Knowledge. Chu Tian did another experiment. He randomly picked up a book and placed it in front of Meng Qingwu. He stopped at each page for 4 or 5 seconds, and in just a few minutes, he finished reading the entire book. When Chu Tian randomly asked about the details of a certain page or a certain line in the book, Meng Qingwu didn't even know what she was looking at, but she was able to answer it, as if she had already memorized it. As expected, Meng Qingwu did not have a battle-type source spirit. This was a very rare intelligence-type source spirit. Chu Tian's main source spirit also had the ability to forcibly memorize things, allowing him to have a photographic memory. But compared to Meng Qingwu, it really paled in comparison. Meng Qingwu flipped through the book, but she did not know what she was looking at. The book source spirit had already recorded everything, and when she needed to use this knowledge, it would automatically be sent back to her brain. It could be said, Meng Qingwu was a natural-born scholar. Chu Tian was very satisfied with this. Chu Tian's knowledge was too rich, and it surpassed the modern era by tens of thousands of years. If he took it out, it would be impossible for others to understand. If there was one person in this world that could learn knowledge from Chu Tian, that person would be Meng Qingwu. This source spirit was too good. It made Chu Tian a little jealous. This made Chu Tian even more determined to train Meng Qingwu, not to mention other things. Meng Qingwu's book source spirit contained ancient memories. The stronger she became, the more memories she would awaken. Perhaps even memories from the great ancient era would appear. Chu Tian had knowledge that was 30,000 years ahead of time. Meng Qingwu had memories from the ancient era. This kind of combination was unprecedented. What kind of chemical reaction it would produce was something people were looking forward to. Meng Qingwu said, Yingying's cultivation base is lower than ours. I'm afraid it will take a while for her to break through to the 9th body refinement layer. A few more days isn't a problem. I've decided to directly attack the awakened soul realm. Chu Tian paused before continuing. This time I brought back the most important materials are the 3 infant soul fruits. The infant soul fruits can be refined into the infant soul pill, which is enough for us to break through to the awakened soul realm. 3 infant soul fruits, 1 for each person. The materials for the infant soul pill were very expensive. However, other than the main infant soul fruit, the rest were not hard to buy. Chapter 92. Meng Qingwu made a list of supplementary materials for the infant soul pill and began to purchase them from all over Central State. These materials were not as rare as the infant soul fruit, but they were still elixir-grade materials. She needed a bit of time. One more step. Just one more step. Once the awakened soul pill was refined, Chu Tian was confident he could break through the bottleneck in front of him and become an awakened soul cultivator respected by tens of thousands of people. his source spirit would completely awaken. His battle strength would increase by more than 10 times. This was not only related to the strength and stability of miracle commerce, it was also related to Chu Tian's life and death. So in order to quickly collect the materials, miracle commerce used all of its power. Xiong Tianyan and Zhang Liqing used all of their connections, and Nangong Yi also used their family channels to collect. In just 3 days, half of it had been collected. This efficiency was not bad. However, Chu Tian did not want to just wait in the city. With a few days of idle time, it was enough for him to complete another important matter. He made a very important decision. He would buy the meteor grass basin for miracle commerce. Meteor grass was an important cultivation resource. Although this thing wasn't a spiritual medicine, due to its long growth period and harsh environmental requirements, it could be considered a rare medicinal herb. Every time it was used, there would be less of it. If it was purchased a day earlier, it could reduce the loss of meteor grass. Miracle Commerce's financial situation was far from being able to buy the basin. However, with the large amount of money from the black market, it was enough to pay the deposit. Chu Tian's idea was to first reserve the basin to prevent meteor grass from being lost. Chu Tian was confident that before the final settlement, he would be able to earn the remaining money and complete the transaction. Money itself was just a worldly possession. It was a stepping stone to achieving one's cultivation goal. To become stronger, to become a cultivation material. No matter how much money was spent, it was worth it. Meng Qingwu was not too surprised. Chu Tian had already proposed a purchase plan, and she had started preparing half a month ago. She had already done her homework. This meteor grass basin was the property of a company called Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce that belonged to a business family in the central province. Their business was spread all over southern Xia. They specialized in all kinds of raw materials and had a high influence. The meteor basin had been developed for 8 years, but in reality, it wasn't very profitable. Because the meteor grass's medicinal effect was to treat the muscle and bone injuries of low-level cultivators, there were many other materials with similar effects. Because of this, the meteor grass was relatively more replaceable. Because of this, the meteor grass was not that affordable, causing the sales volume to not be very high. Moreover, after 8 years of continuous mining, the value of the basin had gradually declined. Most of the meteor grass from previous years had been harvested, and the quality of the artificially cultivated ones was greatly reduced. This also meant that as long as the price was reasonable, it was completely possible to buy it. Meng Qingwu secretly sent out a letter of intent to purchase the resource site. She did not expect the other party to reply so quickly. 1. Agree to negotiate the sale. 2. The negotiation will take place in 3 days. 3. The location will be the hidden sound town near the basin. The Miracle Commerce chairman must be present. Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's straightforwardness made the two of them excited. Since Chu Tian had nothing to do in South Sky City, he might as well personally participate in the negotiations. Hidden Sound Town, 600 miles from South Sky City. The town had a population of over 100,000 people. It was around the same size as the Een Corpse Valley's Blackstone town. Hidden Sound Town was an important material transfer point because around the town there were many resource sites. Among them, the Meteor Grass Basin was only one of the common resource sites. Meng Qingwu studied the terrain and the other party's background. After confirming the safety of the meeting, she followed Chu Tian and drove to the negotiation location. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. The bronze bull carriage majestically drove on the wide road. When the people on the road saw it, they all moved out of the way. The 18 black-robed people followed behind the beast carriage, not making a sound. They followed it at a moderate speed, as if they would never get tired. Stop. Rest for a moment. The bronze barbaric bull slowed down. Chu Tian walked out of the carriage in his blue robe, turning his head to invite them in. Meng Qingwu walked out. She was wearing a dignified snow-white robe. Her jet black hair was carefully combed. Her white jade-like cheeks had a slight blush. At this time, a gentle breeze blew past. Meng Qingwu's snow-white dress fluttered, faintly revealing a pure white jade leg. A strand of her jet black hair was blown across her face, gently brushing it aside with her jade fingers. In that moment of grace, it made people feel dazzled. Meng Qingwu pretended not to notice Chu Tian's gaze. Her autumn-clear eyes swept across the area. This place is... The two of them were currently standing on top of a basin. When Meng Qingwu looked from afar, her field of view was extremely wide. In front of her was a small basin grassland with a diameter of 20 li. The interior was very flat, almost like a flat plain. The surrounding cliffs were covered with a delicate white waterfall constantly pouring into the basin. As the mist rose, it added a bit of immortal aura. White cranes and spirit deer could be seen everywhere, giving off a feeling of paradise. Inside the basin, there was an abundance of water. There were a few meandering rivers, and lush plants grew all over the place. In the center of the basin, there was a man-made walled camp. Inside the walled camp was a well-dug spiritual field. It was estimated that the meteor grass was produced from there. Meng Qingwu revealed a heartfelt smile. So beautiful! If we can negotiate, will this place belong to us? Chu Tian looked at Meng Qingwu. He suddenly felt that this woman did not have an easy life. At the age of 16, she had managed her family's business in a time of crisis. In a woman's most innocent age, she had suffered from the evil side of human nature, living a life of scheming every day. There was not a single day where she could have a good night's sleep, and there was not a single day where she could enjoy life in peace. Meng Qingwu turned her face away. "What are you looking at?" Chu Tian directly said, "The young miss is very beautiful when she smiles. You should smile more." Who would have thought that Meng Qingwu's face would turn red and her smile would turn stiff? She immediately put on a serious face and said, "If you keep being this frivolous, I won't care about you. Do you think I'm as easy to trick as Ying?" Chu Tian was instantly embarrassed. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. How did a few words of praise become frivolous? The little fox sat on Chu Tian's shoulder and held its stomach as it laughed. "You dare laugh at me? Watch me hit you." The little fox jumped down and landed on Meng Qingwu's shoulder. It stretched out its two claws and stuck out its tongue, making a face at Chu Tian. "Little rascal, eat my food and drink my food. Now you don't even put me, your master, in your eyes." Chu Tian was so angry that he wanted to teach it a lesson. Who would have thought that he would be glared at by Meng Qingwu? "What are you doing?" A grown man throwing his temper at a little animal. "You really don't have any self-restraint." The little fox nodded its head. In its watery eyes, it squeezed out a stream of tears, looking very pitiful. "My young miss." Chu Tian pointed at the sly little thing. "Do you really think this fellow is a little animal? Don't you know that 1 or 2 days of its food is equivalent to 1 month of our cultivation? I'm almost going broke because of it. Where did this little critter come from?" Actually, Meng Qingwu was very confused. Meng Qingwu could see that this cute little fox was not a normal spirit beast. Even if a normal spirit beast had a high IQ, how could it be as intelligent as this little fox? Even if it was the legendary dragon race, when it was just born, its IQ was not high. Meng Qingwu rubbed the little fox's furry head. The little fox did not move at all. Instead, it rubbed its head, looking very obedient. This made Meng Qingwu like it more and more. "You're not allowed to bully it. Chu Tian cried out that he was wrongly accused. This little thing was very clever. Not being bullied by it was already not bad. I've already seen it. Meng Qingwu said, let's get on the carriage. For such an important negotiation, I can't be late. The little fox jumped back onto Chu Tian's shoulder, acting as if nothing had happened. The bronze bull began to move forward, pulling the heavy carriage, slowly heading towards the small town. The carriage continued to shake. Meng Qingwu wanted to negotiate. Chu Tian saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he took the initiative to ask, does young miss know about Hidden Sound Town, the origin of the two words hidden sound? How could I not know? Meng Qingwu was a bit stunned. Then she calmly said, in the mountains near Hidden Sound Town, there are many strange things that can't be explained. For example, you can suddenly hear thousands of horses galloping past, you can suddenly hear the roars of demon beasts, and sometimes you can even hear people talking. Although there are many strange things happening, there is no danger. So people call this place Hidden Sound Town, a place that can hide sounds. Chu Tian nodded. Meng Qingwu continued to say, in the early years, large amounts of scholars came to investigate and found out the general reason. There is a very special material here. This material can absorb sound and even release it. Currently, the ore has already been mined, and array masters often use it to arrange illusion arrays, but it is not very valuable. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. This stone's use is not just for simple illusion arrays. Meng Qingwu's heart slightly skipped a beat. She naturally knew that Chu Tian's words had a hidden meaning. However, before Meng Qingwu could ask, the bronze bull carriage suddenly slowed down. We've arrived at Hidden Sound Town. Let's get off. Chu Tian was the first to jump off the carriage. Hidden Sound Town was around the same size as Blackstone Town, but the town's planning was several times better. This was, after all, a town in the center of Central State. Moreover, it was surrounded by resources, not like Blackstone Town, which was on the edge, and was close to the dangerous Corpse Valley and the black market. At the appointed location, over 100 elite silver armored warriors surrounded the area. Each one of them had a treasure sword engraved with runes. On the roofs and windows of the surrounding houses, there were guards holding bows and arrows. Truly cautious. Are you two people from Miracle Commerce? A large man walked over. I am Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's guard Deacon Jing, who, please. Jing, who was an awakened soul cultivator. A deacon had this kind of high strength. The surrounding guards were all 80 to 90% body refinement realm experts. Truly worthy of being a large chamber of commerce, this kind of scene and lineup was not something a normal force could achieve. Chu Tian was dressed in a blue robe, and Meng Qingwu was dressed in a snow-white robe, with 18 black-robed corpse soldiers following behind them. The order of the troops was very clear. The two of them walked to an open-air tea house. Jing, who stood outside. There was an old and a young man sitting in front of them. Chapter 93. The young man was dressed in a fine blue silk robe with elegant bamboo leaf patterns embroidered on the snow-white edge. He wore a beautiful suet jade hairpin on his head and held an ebony silk folding fan in his hand. On the table was a precious sword inlaid with jewels. It had a gaudy and gorgeous appearance and was a typical image of a noble young master. This young man should not be the main character. Chu Tian looked at the hale and hearty white-haired old man next to him. His eyes were filled with kindness, and he was dressed very casually, as if he was harmless to humans and animals. However, his eyes revealed a trace of cunning. When he looked at Chu Tian, it was as if he had found a gold mine. Pa! The fan was gently closed. The blue-clothed young man stood up and bowed slightly with cupped hands as he said, I never would have thought that the chairman of Miracle Commerce would be such a beautiful young miss. This one is Jing Hao, the young chairman of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. The blue-clothed young man looked over Meng Qinggu, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "This is my uncle Jing Xian, the vice chairman of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce." Really useless. This brat's eyes almost popped out when he saw a beautiful woman. How could he be someone who did great things? He looked like a second-generation young master. Chu Tian coughed. Jing Hao finally noticed Chu Tian. He was wearing a simple blue robe and had an ancient sword wrapped in cloth on his back, most likely a bodyguard. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but how could a fairy-like person like Meng Qingwu bring such a tacky bodyguard? He really doesn't match the elegance of Chairman Meng Qingwu. However, don't be rude. The old man put down the jade teacup. Although he said this, his tone did not seem to blame them. He probably felt that Tianjin Commerce was a large company. For them to give face and negotiate with a small company like this was already giving them a lot of face. This is not a servant, but rather the chairman of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian. Chu Tian pretended not to hear it. Who knew if these two fellows were putting on a show? This old man has heard a little about guild leader Chu. Jing Xian had a thought-provoking smile. Your distinguished self is not in Central State City, yet you've made a name for yourself. Truly a young hero. Really? His information was still incomplete. If he knew what Chu Tian had done recently, he wouldn't have spoken to him in such a tone. Jing Hao revealed a look of disbelief. Then young Miss Meng Qingwu faintly replied, "I am the vice chairman of Miracle Commerce. This time, I am accompanying the chairman to negotiate. This kid isn't even 20 years old. He would be the president of Miracle Commerce. He had such a stunning beauty by his side. This was enough to make any man jealous." Jing Hao didn't say anything on the surface, but he already didn't like Chu Tian. Chu Tian expressed that he could understand. Imagine meeting someone who was born lower than you, but was more handsome than you, younger than you, more accomplished than you, stronger than you, and also had the company of a top-quality beauty. If it was Chu Tian, he would also be jealous. Chu Tian sat down without any politeness. "Let's talk about the important matter." The two black-robed corpse soldiers were like statues, standing straight behind him. They were as silent as a rock. "Good. Then let's go straight to the topic." Jing Xian said in a calm voice, "It seems like Miracle Commerce has been buying large amounts of meteor grass several times, and each time the quantity is larger than the last. Now they want to buy the production area. It seems like their demand for meteor grass is truly insatiable." The negotiations hadn't even begun, and the old fox had already said this. He just wanted to put the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce in a more active position. Chu Tian didn't like to waste time, so he directly said, "There's no need to say anything else. Miracle Commerce really does care about the meteor grass production area, so please give me a price." Jing Xian was a bit stunned. Jing Hao directly gave a price from the side. "One price? 100 million gold coins. 100 million? Wasn't this nonsense? There wasn't much meteor grass left in the meteor grass basin. The entire basin was worth at most 20-30 million gold coins. This fellow immediately gave a price of 100 million. He was simply crazy. Not to mention a small company like Miracle Commerce. Even his Tianjin Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be able to take out 100 million. Asking for such an exorbitant price, Meng Qingwu was a bit unhappy. She said, "I've already looked into it. The meteor grass brings us only 2 million gold coins in profit each year. Now that there is less and less high-quality meteor grass, the profit is decreasing year by year. Asking for this price, isn't it too insincere?" Chu Tian gave a cold smile. 100 million? Fuck you. Do you think this father's family has a gold mine? The value of your entire Tianjin Chamber of Commerce isn't much higher than this number. Jing Xian pretended not to hear this. Miracle Commerce needed the meteor grass basin so urgently they must have a reason. 100 million gold coins was not enough. It was just used to raise their confidence. Jing Hao coldly said, I said 100 million, so it's 100 million. Moreover, it has to be paid in one go. Meng Qingwu was a bit angry and immediately stood up. You don't have any sincerity at all. Why did you send out this invitation? A little fox jumped onto the tea table. It fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva, expressing its protest to Jing Hao. It was very clear on the concept of 100 million gold coins. How many delicious things could it buy? Jing Xian revealed an interested look. Your spirit beast is very intelligent. It could be the descendant of an ancient beast. How about you sell it to us? The price can be discussed. This little fox doesn't look like a high-level species. Even if it really is the descendant of an ancient demon beast, its bloodline should be very thin. At most, it's worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Jing Hao looked at it and snorted, Tianqin Chamber of Commerce won't bother with you. It'll be 10 million gold coins. If you pay another 90 million, then you can buy the basin. The little fox angrily bared its teeth, and its snow-white fur stood up. We can't accept your conditions. Meng Qingwu was already not lightly angered. She had thought that this would be a good negotiation, but who would have thought that these two fellows would travel thousands of miles to meet them without any intentions of selling them out? Since Tianqin Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any sincerity, Miracle Commerce can only give up with regret. Chu Tian, let's go. Jing Hao suddenly shouted, Young Miss Meng, please wait. Meng Qingwu was stunned. Jing Hao said with a sinister face, We have another plan. You don't need to pay a single gold coin, and you can obtain the entire resource field. From the beginning until now, Chu Tian sat in his seat, not moving at all. Even his expression did not change as he coldly watched their performance. Meng Qingwu's black brows slightly knit. It was impossible for these profiteers to suffer a loss. Who knew what kind of excessive request they would make? She didn't even want to hear it. Jing Hao laughed and said, You don't need to pay a single gold coin to take the entire basin. The condition is that you accept our 5 million gold coins and buy 60% of Miracle Commerce's shares. Moreover, you have this waste scram, and I'll be the chairman. A basin that was becoming increasingly sparse in resources for Miracle Commerce. Was there a more shameless request in this world? This was not a negotiation. This was simply extortion. Meng Qingwu did not want to listen to them anymore. Chu Tian, let's go. Several guards from Tianqin Chamber of Commerce blocked their way, not letting them leave. Meng Qingwu's face slightly changed. What do you mean? Miracle Commerce sent a letter saying that they want to buy the resource field, and you want to leave without even saying a few words. Could it be that you're playing with our Tianqin Chamber of Commerce? Do you know that every minute we waste is a loss of tens of thousands of gold coins? You can even say this kind of shameless words. Jing Hao coldly said, You want to leave? Fine. Compensate us for our losses. It's not much, just 10 million gold coins. At this time, Chu Tian suddenly gave a few loud laughs. He pulled Meng Qingwu back to her seat. Young miss, don't be angry. Meng Qingwu was speechless. You can still laugh? I wanted to use the traditional way to discuss business, but the most important thing in interacting with people is to seek common ground. Since Tianqin Chamber of Commerce doesn't like this method, we might as well follow their rules. When Chu Tian said this, he personally stood up and laughed as he asked, You too, are you determined to forcefully buy and sell, trying to gain something for nothing? Tianqin Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network was not bad. They had their eyes on the fat piece of meat that was Miracle Commerce. This negotiation was just a pretense. Tianqin Chamber of Commerce was a large company with several 100 million gold coins in assets, but they had reached a bottleneck and needed to expand into new areas. Miracle Commerce's new technology was what they dreamed of. Of course, Tianjin Chamber of Commerce did not know about the large matter that had happened in South Sky City a few days ago. Because of this, Jinghao had no fear. I advise you to be tactful, he disagreed with Chu Tian. Forcefully buying and selling is giving you face. In this era, where the strong eat the weak, the strong don't need a reason to swallow the weak. A company that has only been established for a few days can be sold for a good price. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Forcefully buying and selling is giving face. What kind of bastard logic was this? How strong is Tianjin Chamber of Commerce? With this kind of backing in front of you? Jinghao said with a face of arrogance, "This is a great honor for Miracle Commerce. This is a great opportunity for you. I advise you to grasp this opportunity, otherwise you'll regret it." Chu Tian was not angry. "Really? What do you plan on doing?" "Don't pretend to be stupid. My patience has a limit. Without a foundation and a weak background, you'll only be lucky enough to develop 1 or 2 new technologies." Jinghao slapped the table and stood up. "If we forcefully take it, do you dare fart? Since you don't have the strength, don't be so shameless." "Well said." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. "I agree with your words." Jinghao was stunned. Had this brat gone crazy? "How dare! Don't speak nonsense." Jinghao was almost done speaking when Jing Xian finally spoke up. These 2 fellows, one red-faced and one white-faced, had a very clear division of labor. Jing Xian was very clear on their goal this time. If they could reach their goal through negotiation, that would be the best. But if they couldn't solve it peacefully, Tianjin Chamber of Commerce did not recommend using special methods. Jing Xian sincerely said, "Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is sincere in cooperating. To express our sincerity, we are willing to pay 10 million gold coins to buy Miracle Commerce. This price is very fair for Miracle Commerce." Coercion and temptation. They really came prepared. 10 million gold coins was enough to make any small company dizzy. But with a trivial 10 million gold coins, they wanted to buy Miracle Commerce's limitless future. Meng Qinggu was very angry. What was the difference between this and robbery? Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was using negotiation as a pretense, but they actually did this kind of despicable thing. Shouldn't merchants be honest and righteous? Wasn't Tianjin Chamber of Commerce afraid of being despised by others? Chu Tian calmly took a sip of tea. "What if I don't agree?" "Don't agree?" Jinghao looked around. "Look around first. This isn't up to you." Tianjin Commerce's 100 elite guards were currently holding onto their weapons with a murderous aura. They had a tacit understanding as they slowly gathered together, releasing a strong pressure on them. Seeing this, Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. "This is a bit interesting." Chapter 94. No wonder Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had brought this many guards. This so-called business negotiation had an ulterior motive from the beginning. Such a strong killing intent. Chu Tian leisurely sipped his tea, as if he was very calm. He looked at the hundreds of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce guards, as if they were nothing. "Your Excellency is very confident. Are you sure that Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is stronger than Miracle Commerce?" "I don't think it is." These words came out. Jing Xian and Jing Hao were speechless. This kind of words was simply a joke. This Chu Tian must be a frog at the bottom of a well. How strong could a family be in a place like South Sky City? A newly established company. What kind of experts could they have? Why don't we have a spar? Chu Tian put down the teacup and gently tapped the table. "You can pick the people I brought. As long as you can beat any one of them, I'll accept your conditions. Otherwise, I'll use my own methods." "You're tired of living. The guards of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce are all old soldiers and mercenaries. Each one of them is the elite of the elite. What do you have to compete with us?" It doesn't matter who's strong and who's weak, you'll only know after fighting with real swords and spears. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? Then I'll help you. Jinghao shouted. Jinghu, the captain of the guards, Jinghu, ran over. Please give your orders, young chairman. A few small city bumpkins don't have eyes and actually want to challenge Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. What do you think we should do? This lowly officer will give them a lesson. Go, there's no need to be lenient. Yes. Jinghu swaggered over and looked at Chu Tian with ridicule in his eyes. Then he swept his eyes over the people he brought. 18 black-robed people stood there, not releasing a single bit of aura. Their chests did not move at all, as if they did not need to breathe. They were simply like 18 pieces of stone. It was really strange. The feeling they gave off was basically the same. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Jing, who did not know who to choose, but he was not afraid. As the vice chairman's personal guard, he had the strength of a first awakened soul layer cultivator. He did not believe that a guard from a small company in a small city would be able to compete with him. Are you guys going to come one by one or all at once? Jing, who proudly drew out the saber on his waist and shouted, Let the strongest one come out first. Our time is precious. Let's finish him off quickly. Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile. Why would I need to dispatch my strongest bodyguard to deal with you? The weakest one is enough. There was no warning. The bell rang softly. A black-robed man suddenly shot out from behind. It was too sudden and too strange. There were no elemental energy undulations, and it was as if there were springs installed on the soles of his feet. The black-clothed man charged forward at high speed, his body remaining motionless. At first glance, it seemed as if he was moving at an unbelievable speed. A black mist was rapidly spouted out from his body, and a terrifying and powerful aura immediately enveloped the surroundings. Jinghu was shocked. How could this be? In his panic, he sent out a sharp saber light. Fear. The black-clothed man sent out a palm strike, and the terrifying strength sent the saber flying. It stabbed into the wall, and the saber began to hum and tremble. Black-een corpses, impenetrable, hard as iron. Jinghu's brain did not even have time to react. He could only watch as the black-clothed man's hands gathered a large amount of black mist. His entire palm turned pitch black and was filled with a strong death aura. It was filled with a fierce aura as it charged forward. This is bad. Jinghu braced himself and waved his palm to block it. The surging strength spread out, and the surrounding tables and chairs were all shattered. Ah! Jinghu spat out a mouthful of blood as he smashed into a wall. His body was covered in a black aura as he fainted on the spot. One strike. The black-clothed man only used one strike. Jing, who was the personal guard of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's vice chairman, he couldn't even block a single palm from this black-clothed man. After the black-clothed man took care of Jing, he immediately returned to Chu Tian's side. He did not say a single word from beginning to end. He was like a statue that stood firm as if he had not made a move at all. Truly disappointing. Chu Tian's eyes gradually turned ice cold, as sharp as an eagle's. With this bit of dog-shit strength, you dare to speak nonsense in front of Father. With this bit of dog-shit strength, you dare to threaten Father, who is the one that is tired of living. Chu Tian seemed like he had changed into a different person. That terrifying aura was released like a tsunami, making the two of them feel a chill in their hearts. Defeating Jing, who with a single palm, there was no suspense at all. This black-clothed man was at least at the second awakened soul layer. The 18 black-clothed people, whether it was their aura or their clothes, they were all the same. Could it be these 18 people were all awakened soul cultivators? Jing Xian broke out in a cold sweat. They wouldn't have kicked an iron plate this time. Right. Was this group of monsters something they could provoke? No, absolutely not. With 18 awakened soul cultivators as personal guards, even a main city's mayor would not be able to do this. Chu Tian was just the founder of a small city's company. How could he win over this many experts? Such a vicious and evil palm technique. Jing Hao angrily stood up. Martial artists should fight fair and square, but you actually used poison to harm Jing, who... This is simply shameless and despicable to the extreme. This result, I won't accept it. Chu Tian coldly said. There are countless martial arts in the world who said that a poisonous palm technique is a despicable technique. Acting like a fool after losing. Is this the attitude of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce? This match doesn't count. If you have the skills, then let's have another match. Meng Qingwu angrily said. A loss is a loss. You're publicly going back on your words. Why would Miracle Commerce be afraid of a challenge? If they want to compete again, then we'll give them another chance. Chu Tian was not afraid at all. How do you want to challenge me this time? I'll personally do it. Jing Hao's eyes flashed with a sinister light. I ask young Miss Meng Qingwu to fight with me. Meng Qingwu was a woman, and she had been in charge of the company for a long time at such a young age. This kind of person clearly did not have a strong strength. Meng Qingwu's expression changed. You... What? A certain person has personally said that the people he brought can be casually challenged. Jing Hao took the initiative and interrupted Meng Qingwu. The guards are people he brought, but isn't young Miss Meng Qingwu one as well? Jing Hao seized the loophole in Chu Tian's words to make things difficult for Miracle Commerce. Ha! 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 Young Master Jing Hao's ability to judge the situation is truly a businessman's talent for shamelessness. This is something that Chu Tian admires. Jing Hao's face turned cold. If you're afraid, then obediently sign the contract. Otherwise, a beauty like young Miss Meng Qingwu will be injured. Remember this, my Miracle Commerce does not have trash and does not have a pretty face. Chu Tian did not buy this. Since he's sincerely challenging me, young Miss should properly teach him a lesson. Meng Qingwu's face was filled with hesitation. I don't have any battle experience. When Jing Hao heard this, he was overjoyed. That would be for the best. Jing Hao was a bit weaker than Jing, but he was still at the peak 9th body refinement layer. Chu Tian encouraged the young miss. I believe in you. Go and give it a try. Jing Hao looked at Meng Qingwu's beautiful figure, and his heart was filled with pride. She's just a young girl that grew up in a small city. How could I not be able to deal with her? If Meng Qingwu really was strong, then her name would have already spread throughout Central State. But in South Sky City, she had always been bullied, so how could she be strong? This match was already won. Young Miss Meng, be careful. Jing Hao pulled out a short sword and stabbed forward. Countless starlight seeped out and surrounded her body. When the short sword touched it, it bounced back with a ding sound. Jing Hao staggered back a few steps. Looking at Meng Qingwu, who was covered in light, he revealed a look of surprise. Such a strong defense. Jing Hao and his nephew could see that Meng Qingwu's cultivation base was higher than they had imagined. It was almost on par with Jing Hao, and she also practiced a strong defensive cultivation technique. How could this girl be this strong? This was impossible. It didn't make sense. Today was really strange. Chu Tian lightly said, I've said before, Miracle Commerce does not have trash and does not have a pretty face. Our young miss is the vice chairman, a peerless beauty that will shine for thousands of years. How could a random dog or cat compare to her? Random dog or cat? You actually called me a random dog or cat. Jing Hao angrily roared out a few times and slashed out several times. Dang, 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 dang. Without exception, they were all bounced back. There was not a single weak spot on Meng Qingwu's body. No matter how Jinghao attacked, it was useless. On Meng Qingwu's gentle face, she couldn't help revealing a smile. Her heart was filled with joy. She didn't even know that she had become this strong. Meng Qingwu had a hidden injury since she was a child. Whenever she used spirit energy, it would be hard to endure the pain. At that time, not to mention fighting, every night her meridians would hurt and she wouldn't be able to sleep. But now, Meng Qingwu wasn't as abnormal as Chu Tian or Nan Gongyun, who could jump levels like drinking water, but she could still sweep over 90% of geniuses at the same level. All of this, it was like a dream. I say, young miss, are you a blockhead? Chu Tian drank a mouthful of tea and impatiently shouted, why don't you fight back? Meng Qingwu panicked, but I don't know how to fight. His lower body isn't stable. Kick. Meng Qingwu reflexively kicked out, hitting his crotch. Jinghao's face turned green as he was kicked to the ground. The little fox excitedly clapped with its claws. Chu Tian also began to laugh. Ha! Ha! Beautiful! What a good move to cut off one's descendants. It's just lacking a bit of strength. How were the man and beast watching a match? They were just watching a play. Jinghao's eyes popped out as he angrily roared. You're going too far. Chu Tian loudly shouted, punch his face with your right hand. Meng Qingwu was like a puppet being completely controlled by Chu Tian. She immediately sent a punch at Jinghao's face. Jinghao charged over at this time, making people feel like he was delivering his own face. Pung! Blood flew out from his nose. Jinghao once again fell to the ground. You can't. You can't. Chu Tian was like a strict teacher. How can you be so stupid? Your method of exerting strength is very scattered. You have to combine your body and essence energy, connecting your internal and external energy together to release your strongest strength. Do it again. Even a fool could see it. Meng Qingwu was clearly a person without any battle experience. But this person without any battle experience, under Chu Tian's guidance, was becoming more and more proficient. The more they fought, the easier it became for Jing how to fight back. Incredible. Unimaginable. Not only could Chu Tian give Meng Qingwu proper guidance, he could also easily see through Jinghao's weaknesses. He was able to make a person without any battle experience beat Jing, how to the point where he couldn't fight back. Was this a person or a ghost? Jing Xian felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how strong Chu Tian was, his eyes were at least at the level of a great master. No, if this continued, Jinghao would lose without a doubt. He quickly stood up. Don't lose your mind. Use the frost sword to deal with him. Jinghao was already confused from his anger. This girl was clearly a novice without any battle experience, but she was able to force him to this point. He had suffered at least 8-9 punches, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Enough! A short sword had large amounts of glowing runes on it. This was clearly a very strong spirit weapon. A cold frost spread out, covering the surrounding area in a layer of frost. So what if your defense is strong? Jinghao's bruised face was filled with a fierce expression. He held the cold sword in his hand. Once my frost sword hits you, you will instantly turn into an ice sculpture. I want to see how you'll fight against me. Meng Qingwu's heart turned cold. Jinghao still had a hidden card. This sword was not simple. How should she deal with it? Chapter 95. The frost sword released a stronger and stronger energy. Jinghao's face was filled with ruthlessness. Meng Qingwu, don't be so stubborn. If you're willing to follow me, I'll keep your shares and let you continue being the vice chairman. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying a flower. Meng Qingwu was as cold as ice. Even if I die, I won't submit to a person like you. Young miss, well said. Chu Tian lightly said, "But you have to believe in yourself. You're much stronger than him. This level of attack is nothing. All right, don't waste any more time. Directly kill him." "Really? I'm really stronger than him?" Meng Qingwu's strength had increased too quickly recently, so she lacked a clear understanding of herself. She didn't even know how strong she was. Chu Tian would not lie to me. If he says I'm stronger than him, then I'm definitely stronger than him. Meng Qingwu's serious expression disappeared and was replaced with a relaxed and disdainful look. The change in Meng Qingwu's expression made Jing Hao feel like he was being looked down upon. His self-esteem had been completely destroyed, and he could no longer hold it in as he angrily roared, "Seeking death! I'll help you!" The cold sword was ruthlessly thrust forward. Countless starlight spilled out and condensed together like glass. That bone-chilling cold air had no way of penetrating the glass defense. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction seeing this. To be able to condense the glass body in such a short time, the young Miss Starlight Immortal body was not bad. That strong starlight energy exploded. Pa! The short sword shattered on the spot. The ice energy lost its host and immediately counterattacked. No! Jing Hao's eyes opened wide, and he shouted out in fear. He turned around to escape, but it was already too late. The ice energy bounced back and swallowed Jing Hao's body, turning him into an ice sculpture. Meng Qingwu was at the peak 9th body refinement layer like him. Moreover, because of the Starlight Immortal body, Jing Hao was not a match for Meng Qingwu at all. Even if he had a weapon advantage, it was the same. How? Jing Xian was shocked and knew that the situation was bad. These bastards are trying to kill the young chairman. Pa! The teacup fell to the ground. It was smashed into smithereens. This was Jing Xian's secret signal. As soon as the negotiations broke down, he would break the teacup. Then the people lying in ambush would immediately rush forward and capture Chu Tian alive before he could react. At this moment, it was impossible for negotiations to succeed, so they would use force to solve it. A total of 100 or 200 elite guards couldn't deal with these people. Jing Xian didn't believe it. When the secret signal of smashing the cup was sent out, countless arrows were shot from all directions. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me one-on-one, so you use numbers to suppress me? Chu Tian picked up the bell and shook it gently. You really did something stupid. Let this group of true country bumpkins open their eyes and witness the true strength of my miracle commerce. The 18 black-clothed men swept out like a gust of wind. It was only for a moment. All the arrows were knocked down. The 18 figures turned into 18 afterimages and dashed out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The people from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce were scared silly. No way. This isn't a fucking nightmare, right? The 18 black-clothed men were like tigers pouncing on their prey. They suddenly charged into the group of guards, and the sound of bones breaking filled the air. Ah! Save me! I surrender! I surrender! Jing Xian had never seen this kind of scene before. He was so scared that he began to tremble, and his old face revealed a terrified expression. The 18 black-clothed men all had the strength of an awakened soul cultivator, and the weakest was at the second awakened soul layer. This move did not have any suspense at all. The large amount of elite guards that the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had brought were instantly knocked to the ground. If they weren't dead, they were crippled as they cried out pitifully. They were all elites that the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had spent a lot of money to train. If they were all wiped out, how could he explain this to the chairman? Stop! Jing Xian wanted to stand up. We're not talking anymore. Saying this, don't you think it's too late? An ice-cold sword swept over and gently pressed against his neck. forcefully pressing down. He was forced back into his seat. Come, come, sit down and have a good talk. Chu Tian sat in his seat, without moving. His right hand held the netherworld sword and placed it on the other side's shoulder. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you move again, you won't be able to keep your dog head. Jing Xian's body stiffened like he was petrified. His face was covered in cold sweat as he said, This old man admits defeat. What do you want? Chu Tian gave Meng Qingwu a look. A heavy bag was thrown onto the table. Chu Tian opened the bag. 500 low-grade source stones. Not only do I want to buy the Meteor Grass Basin, I also want to buy all of your properties around Hidden Sound Town. Not a single strand of hair can be left. The bag was filled with crystal-clear, low-grade source stones. Jing Xian was a bit stunned. Source stones were a common currency in many parts of the continent. In a country like southern Xia, there were almost no source stone mines, so there were very few people who used source stones to do business. A low-grade source stone was worth at least 10,000 gold coins, but in the black market and the underground market, the price of source stones had doubled. Miracle Commerce was a company established in a small city. How did they have this many source stones? This was clearly not normal. This company was not simple, but they wanted to buy all of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's assets for just 500 low-grade source stones. Wasn't this extortion robbery? Jing Xian angrily roared out. 500 source stones is worth 5-6 million gold coins on the market. You want to use 5-6 million to buy all of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's assets? In your dreams. I will not agree. The 500 low-grade source stones were brought back from the black market. Miracle Commerce's account was basically zero. How could they have the ability to gather millions of gold coins? Chu Tian had originally planned to use the 500 source stones as a down payment, waiting for the resources to be delivered before paying the rest. This was also in line with the normal transaction process. Who would have thought that this old fellow had the idea of swallowing Miracle Commerce? You like to play the game of forcing people to buy and sell, right? Father will play with you. Fuck, you still dare to be arrogant like this. Chu Tian did not care that he was an old man. He raised his sleeve and slapped him. Jing Xian fell to the ground, his jaw almost dislocated. No. Jing Xian was like a wretched old worm, wriggling on the ground with difficulty. Chu Tian picked him up and glared at him. He roared fiercely, Are you going to sell it or not? Jing Xian's face was swollen. He spat out blood as he shouted, You're robbing me. What robbing? Do you have any fucking culture? This is called forcing people to buy and sell. Chu Tian slapped the other side of his face. Several of Jing Xian's teeth were knocked out, and he spat out blood, looking very distressed. Chu Tian picked him up again and continued to roar, Forcing people to buy and sell is giving you face. Do you understand? If you don't have the strength, then don't refuse face. This was a double slap to the face. Jing Xian was about to cry from being hit. He completely collapsed. I'll sell, but can you add a bit more? This amount of money is too little. I really have no way of explaining this to my superiors. The chairman will definitely kill me. Fuck you. You actually dare complain that it's too little? Chu Tian threw Jing Xian's old bones onto the ground, letting him lie down next to Jing. How? Let me calculate for you. 5-6 million gold coins is not much, but if you add in the lives of your uncle, nephew, and over 100 guards. Chu Tian gently moved his sword and gently slid it across their necks. The cold intent cut through their skin. This deal is still worth it. His meaning was that if they dared to refuse, these over 100 people would not be able to see tomorrow's sun. The uncle and nephew were trembling in fear. The guards were also covered in a cold sweat. How was he a person? He was simply a demon. His previous harmless appearance was all an act. This bastard, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fuck. Are you mute? Father here has several 100,000 gold coins every minute, and I'm wasting my time with you two pieces of trash. If I want the land, I don't want my name. If I want my life, I don't want it. In short, hurry up and choose for yourself. From the killing intent that was being released from Chu Tian's body, he was definitely a ruthless person. It was possible that he would make a move. Jing Xian said with a crying face, "A meteor grass basin is worth at least 20 million, and the hidden sound stone mines nearby are all owned by Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. The total value is around 8 million and 10 million. If we sell it for 5 million, how do you want us to explain this to the chairman?" "I don't care about this. We originally wanted to discuss business, but who told you grandsons to only care about strength and not morality? You have wild ambitions and provoked this disaster. All right, do you like strength to talk? Father will talk about strength with you." Chu Tian raised the netherworld sword with both hands. "I'll count to 3. If you don't sign the contract, your head will fall to the ground. 3, 2. What was called spinning a cocoon around oneself? What was called playing with fire and burning oneself? This was a true portrayal of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Sign." "I'll sign." He had to save his life first. Jing Xian shouted with a head full of sweat. Chu Tian snorted and said, "You're a cheap wretch. I have to beat you up before you're willing to do something. You really don't know what's good for you. Quickly sign it." Both sides took out the contract, and Jing Xian braced himself to sign it. A meteor grass basin and 2 hidden sound stone mines, they would all be given to Miracle Commerce. Jing Xian's heart turned cold, but he had to be careful. He had to save his life first. As long as he could return alive, he would think of a way to mediate and not admit it. Chu Tian put away the contract in satisfaction. Jing Xian helped up the frozen Jing. Howen bowed as he said, "The contract has been signed. Can we leave now?" Chu Tian squinted his eyes at him. "You're in such a rush to leave. Are you playing tricks on me?" Jing Xian quickly said, "I don't dare. I don't dare." "Don't dare? I think that once you return, you'll immediately go back on your word and not admit it. Your Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is a large family. The kingdom's laws will definitely interfere. I won't be able to take advantage of you." Chu Tian said with a dark face, "I'll lose money and not get the land. Do you think I look like an idiot? You want to play me like a monkey." Jing Xian wanted to open his mouth to explain. Chu Tian quickly took out a black pill and forcefully stuffed it in his mouth. He covered his mouth and made him swallow it. Jing Xian shouted in a panic, What did you give me to eat?" Chu Tian revealed an evil smile. "Have you heard of the Black Flame Medicine Master, Mo Yen?" The Black Flame Medicine Master was one of the most famous alchemists in Central State City. He was especially proficient in refining all kinds of poisons. How could he not know of him? This is the Black Flame Medicine Master's 100-day rotting heart pill. Jing Xian's face turned as white as paper. The 100-day rotting heart pill was famous. Of course he knew of it. This pill contained a heart-corroding poison. Once a person ate it, they would immediately be poisoned. The heart-corroding poison was a poison that had no cure. Even Zhang Liqing could not do anything about it. The heart-corroding poison would not immediately kill people, but it would slowly corrode their heart, making them wish they were dead. After a long period of cruel torture, their heart would rot, and they would die. Chu Tian walked in front of Jing, who could not move. He pried open his mouth and threw in a poison pill. These pills were taken from Mo Yan's corpse in the ancient tomb. They didn't think they would be of much use, but now they were being used. The uncle and nephew's faces turned ashen. This time, they were really going to die. Don't despair. The heart-corroding poison can be cured. When Chu Tian said this, his voice suddenly changed. From tonight on, be obedient, and I will give you the antidote regularly. Otherwise, not only will you not live past 100 days, you will also suffer the pain of 10,000 poisons devouring your heart. Such a vicious brat. He wanted to use a slow poison to control the two of them. Jing Xian angrily roared, "Don't even think of treating us like puppets. Even if I die, I won't betray the company. If you have the skills, then kill me. You have quite the backbone." Chu Tian laughed. "If you really weren't afraid of death, then you wouldn't have signed the agreement. Don't fucking play dumb with me. Do you believe that I won't cripple you?" Jing Xian's body trembled, and he said with a dejected face, "What do you want us to do?" All right, don't cry like that. I, Chu Tian, am a righteous person that reaches the heavens. Everything I do is based on principles, and I seek to win people over with virtue. For things to develop to this point today, I am very regretful. You brought this upon yourselves. Suddenly, his voice changed, but you've gained a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. They had been forced to buy resources. They had been forced to take a slow poison. From beginning to end, it had been a disaster. How could there have been a single blessing? Chu Tian sincerely lectured them. As a person, you can't just look at the gains and losses in front of you. You have to look at the long term. Now that you've been controlled by me, you've become my dogs. But you have to know that if a dog follows the right master, then their days will not be bad. There are many people that want to be my dogs, but I refuse. Do you agree? Jing Xian and Jing Hao were filled with shame and indignation. They had never seen such an insult. They had never seen such an insult. Jing Xian had a crying face as he said, Yes, that's right. The master has meat to eat, and the dogs gnaw on the bones." Chu Tian slowly put away his sword. "Right now, I suddenly have an idea. I want to discuss another business deal with you."